Sunny was surprised to see Jet here. She was one of the executive leaders of the government now, after all. Someone like her was not supposed to visit members of a great clan unannounced. Not that he wasn't happy to see her. Jet was exactly like she had been before. Her ivory skin, raven black hair, and icy blue eyes made for a striking sight. Despite the fact that she had risen much higher in the government hierarchy by now, her uniform was pretty much the same. It was just that there were 4 stars on the insignia instead of 3. If anything had changed, it was that she seemed even more sleep-deprived than usual. If that was even possible. Sunny found himself staring at her without meaning to, but for a very different reason than he had during their first meeting. It was just good to see her after all that time. Jet stared back at him.
You must be the Lord of Shadows.
He nodded and answered evenly,
You must be Soul Reaper Jet.
She studied him for a moment, then raised an eyebrow.
What's up with the Halloween costume?
Sunny tilted his head, contemplated her question, and asked seriously,
What is Halloween?
Jet blinked a couple of times. Eventually she waved a hand at him.
Never mind. I've heard a lot about you, Shadow. It's nice to finally put a face to the name. Well, sort of.
So no one is going to explain to me what Halloween is? Rude. Sunny frowned behind the mask. Only the good things, I hope. Jet grinned.
Well, they say that you rule a death zone, eat cursed nightmare creatures for breakfast, wrestle titans for fun, and can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters on a full moon.
He stared at her somberly. That is preposterous. She nodded and wanted to respond, but before she could, Sunny added in an even tone, I can turn into all kinds of terrible monsters anytime I want. What does the moon have to do with it? Jet seemed to forget what she was supposed to say. Standing beside her, Kai suddenly choked on thin air. Sunny smiled silently. There had to be an awakened out there somewhere with such an aspect, and definitely more than a few nightmare creatures. He thought emotionlessly. Now there were 6 of them, sitting around a table which, coincidentally, was round. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, Saint Cassia, Song of the Fallen, Night Singer Kai, the Dragon Slayer, Saint Athena, raised by wolves, the War Beast, Soul Reaper Jet, and a mysterious transcendent known as the Lord of Shadows. The 5 saints looked at him, while Sunny stared back at them silently.
The cohort is all here.
He secretly looked around. The room where they were gathered was not exactly opulent, but someone told him that history was going to be made here today. He could practically sense it in the air, the omen of ruinous change. Sunny sighed and said evenly, It seems that I found myself in illustrious company. Nephis remained silent for a while, then sighed.
I told you that the nature of our partnership would depend on your answers, Lord Shadow. Your answers were satisfactory, so I've decided to trust you. Enough so, at least, to bring you into my inner circle. These people are my closest confidants.
She paused, then added after some deliberation,
Usually I would not have been so quick to trust someone, but time is not on our side, and my instincts tell me that you deserve it. I've asked Saint Kai to help me confirm this feeling. I hope you won't take offense. Saint Cassia advised me to take this step as well.
Sunny remained silent for a moment, then said in an aloof tone, What a strange group. 2 renowned transcendent warriors of the sword domain, 3 exalted champions of the government, and me, a stray that has no master. Why exactly are the 6 of us gathered here together? Nephis looked at each of the gathered people slowly. Then she shrugged and answered in her usual even tone,
Because the 6 of us are going to destroy the sovereigns.
Sunny was silent for a while, staring at the members of the cohort from behind his expressionless mask. Then he chuckled. You want to topple both domains and completely change the world with just 6 people? Nephis remained composed and gave him a nonchalant shrug. Why not? Wasn't the world I want to change shaped by just 3? He had no retort. The current shape of the world had indeed been dictated by 3 powerful individuals: Anvil of Valor, Keysong, and Asterion. For the past 2 decades or so, they had been acting as the gods of humanity, deciding its fate from behind the curtains. And now, Nephis and her cohort were preparing to rise in rebellion against the gods. It was strangely poetic. It was also a little ominous, as if history was repeating itself. Sunny sighed. So, you're welcoming me into your underground revolution club. Well, fine. That has been my intention all along as well. But now that we have reached this point, I need to ask you the same question again, Lady Nephis. This time in a less hypothetical context. How do you plan to defeat the Sovereigns? She met his dark gaze calmly. My answer stays the same. By attaining supremacy myself. His gaze suddenly turned much more intense. Oh? Have you found a way to become a supreme without challenging the 4th nightmare? Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in hearing the answer. He had been trying to discover the secrets of supremacy himself, after all. In Neph's case, she couldn't challenge the 4th nightmare because she wasn't allowed to. But in his case, he simply couldn't. Without the spell, coming into contact with nightmare seeds was meaningless. Not only was Sunny unable to enter a nightmare, but getting too close to a seed put him at risk of being corrupted. Nephis inhaled slowly, a hint of tension appearing in her eyes for a short moment. Did I find a way? This is a complicated issue. In a sense, yes, I did find a way to become supreme. However, I am still searching for the means of actually walking that path. Sunny frowned behind the mask. You will have to be more specific than that, I'm afraid. And that is an inevitable process. Soon enough, the Dream Realm will become humanity's new home. In that future, the role of the government will have to change. If we don't adapt, we will disappear. Which is not really a problem, since we would have served our purpose. But then, the question is, who will rule that new world? A dark smile appeared on her ivory face, never reaching her cold blue eyes. The King of Swords, the Queen of Worms, or the 3rd one? None of them are qualified. Sunny looked at her with curiosity. Why do you say that? He had his own reasons to believe that the Sovereigns were not the best choice to guide humanity. But Jet had always been very practical. What was her reason? She chuckled. Sorry. It's nothing too philosophical. Actually, my reason is very simple, because the changing star has gone from a mundane girl to a saint in about 5 years, while the Sovereigns have been stuck at their rank for decades. Once we are all living happily in the Dream Realm, what will the only one who wins the war do when an unholy titan wanders out of a death zone? Will they be able to contend with the future? I don't think so. So I am betting on someone who would, because I know that Nephis wouldn't be satisfied with mere supremacy. When Jet finished speaking and gave him a relaxed smile, Effie added in a calm tone, Big Sister is mainly preoccupied with the end result, but as for me, I care about how we get there as well. It's not enough just to preserve the world. It's also important what kind of world it will be. Right now, the stuck-up legacies are looking down on everyone. Drives me nuts, really. Can you imagine how much worse it will become once all of humanity is living under their roof? The kings, the queens, I don't trust any of them. But I do trust Nephis. She at least won't stop me from becoming a supreme myself. If anything,
She'll probably push me into a nightmare seed.
Nephis did not comment on that, making Effie smile.
You would, wouldn't you? See? She's not even denying it.
After that, Kai broke the silence, speaking simply,
I just believe that it is the right thing to do. No more, but also no less.
Sunny stared at them for a while. Eventually, he shook his head. What could he say? You are all crazy. Then, he smiled behind the mask. Fortunately for you, I am as well. Fine, I like it. Let's conquer the world.
After making the bold proclamation, Sunny paused for a moment and then added in an emotionless tone,
Or rather, 2 worlds. One more, one less. It doesn't really make a difference.
Jet chuckled at his words, while the others just nodded with varying degrees of seriousness. Only Nephis did not react, simply looking at him calmly. Sunny sighed, leaned back a little, and said evenly,
However, let us return to the initial conversation. Lady Nephis, you said that your source element is the people whom you inspire, and that they are the foundation of your domain. However, what comes next? How do you plan on building upon that foundation to actually reach supremacy?
He was quite stumped. It seemed that Nephis was half a step ahead of him. She had dived deeply into the nature of her source element to the point of being able to enhance it. Sunny, however, had never even questioned whether his connection to the shadows could be deepened. What was he supposed to do? Actively try to build rapport with the wild shadows? Turning them into his zealous followers? Would that bring him closer to supremacy as well?
No, I'm thinking about it wrong.
Nephis had said it herself, and he knew it too. Each aspect was unique, and the process of realizing a domain differed for each awakened. What worked for her would not work for him, and vice versa. She had to weave a vast tapestry of yearning souls, inspiring people one by one, but his source element was shadows. As their lord, he already enjoyed the veneration of every shadow in existence. Sunny had no need to build a foundation for his domain. Or did he? If there was a process of accumulation involved in the initial stages of attaining supremacy, then what was he supposed to accumulate? The thought resonated with him so deeply that even the humble shopkeeper stopped what he was doing far away in Bastion, frowning for a moment.
Isn't it quite obvious?
Unseen, Sunny's eyes gleamed under the mask. Had he not been accumulating something from the very start of it all? The legion of silent shadows dwelling in his soul were the foundation of his future domain? Shadow God had been the god of death as well, after all. Was Sunny limiting himself by ignoring the connection shadows had with death? If so, what the hell was the nature of his domain supposed to be? He grimaced, feeling more lost than he had been a minute ago.
Maybe Nephis will enlighten me.
Sunny waited patiently for her to answer. Sadly, he was doomed to be disappointed. When Nephis finally spoke, a slight frown twisted her brow. That I am not sure about. As I've said, I know the path to supremacy, but am unable to walk it yet. There has to be some kind of catalyst that will ignite the foundation I've built, turning it into an actual domain. The soul, the source element, the world. Once all three are fused together, by will, a sovereign is born. How to fuse them? I do not know.
Damn it.
It took all his self-control not to fall out of his chair. He remained still, through sheer will, not allowing even a hint of his emotions to show in his body language.
Passion? How is she studying passion? What great strides! What exactly is she mastering, and with whom?
Outwardly, Sunny remained calm, but internally, he was fuming. After a long silence, he asked evenly,
What does passion have to do with anything?
Nefis looked at him with a hint of confusion. It has to do with my source element, of course. What else? Sunny let out a mental sigh of relief.
It's all right. It's fine. She's not practicing passion with anyone.
Luckily, the conversation could be safely guided elsewhere. Or so he thought, because right at that moment, Effie suddenly said, "All right. I am sure that it's not the case. If Master Sunless is having trouble making you achieve a breakthrough, tell him to come see my husband. Let the man learn from the master. That guy is a real veteran." Something fell on the floor, noisily. Kai silently covered his face with a palm. Jet's smile widened a little. Cassia turned her head, pretending to look away. Sunny was appalled.
Who says I need to learn anything, you vile woman? I am waiting myself. Why am I even thinking about her nonsense? Damnation.
Nefis looked at Effie in confusion. Isn't your husband an awakened? Plus, he is a real veteran too. And what does he have to do with my aspect legacy? Sunny felt vindicated.
Thank you. No. Stop. What?
Effie stared at Nefis with a strange mix of mischievousness and exasperation. After a few moments of silence, she said in a low tone, "Princess, you mean that he served in Antarctica too, right?" Nef's confused frown deepened. "Of course. What else could I mean?" Effie sighed and waved a hand in the air, giving up. "Forget it. Gods, why do I even bother?" After Sunny was introduced to the general shape of the plot, more technical details had to be discussed. The war was approaching swiftly, and at least 3 of the 6 conspirators would have to participate in the bloodshed directly. The other 3 could be drawn into the deadly game between the 2 sovereigns as well. Both the government and the House of Night were desperately trying to maintain neutrality, but it was unknown if the great clans would cross the line in exerting pressure, thus making at least one of the neutral sides an accomplice in the domain war. Jet seemed a little troubled. Our position was more or less stable before, but now, with that damned assassination attempt, I don't know. The situation is unclear. She glanced at Cassia and raised an eyebrow. The blind seer seemed distracted for a moment, then said quietly, "The news is spreading like wildfire, both in the waking world and in the dream realm. By now, it's all people are talking about. Everyone is outraged, of course. Even the legacy clans are incensed. The situation is much more fiery in the sword domain, incendiary even. But the song domain is reacting badly too. Nef's influence transcends borders." Jet frowned. "That was fast. Too fast, even." Cassia nodded. "Someone has been prepared. They are adding oil to the fire." As everyone fell silent, Nefis said in an even tone, "I wonder who is responsible this time." Jet looked at her, lingered for a few moments, and smiled crookedly. "It wasn't your own performance?" Nefis frowned slightly, not exactly offended by her words, but seemingly displeased. Her answer was short. "No." Sunny listened with interest. Actually, he had considered that the whole thing was staged by Cassia as well. That would be in line with both her goal and her cunning. However, a few things didn't add up. Nefis leaned back and sighed. "My first thought was that it had been planned by Morgan, but it's not really her style. If Morgan was behind the assassination, there would have been countless victims among the government soldiers. She is always thorough, after all." Jet crossed her arms, considering. Eventually, she simply shook her head and said with a hint of frustration in her voice, "Then who the hell did it? It couldn't have really been Song, could it?" Kai seemed troubled as well. He remained silent for a while before saying cautiously, "Actually, it could have been.
Princess Morgan was right when she said that there aren't a lot of archers in the world who can pull off something like that. 2 prime suspects, coincidentally, are from the Song domain. One is Silent Stalker. The other is Dar, of the Maharana clan. Sunny smiled darkly behind the mask. That guy. He had considered Dar of the Maharana clan as well. The man had an eerie ability to hit targets from a great distance and was fond of using oversized arrows to boot. Sunny had brushed sides with him during the Dreamscape tournament, almost catching a few of those arrows himself. Later, they crossed swords in the elimination rounds, where the Legacy Scion was cut down by Mongrel. He had not left a good impression. Maharana was one of the vassal clans of Song, too. Effie scratched the back of her head. Dar of the Maharana clan? Last I heard of him, he was a master. Where is he now? Cassia answered a moment later, effortlessly pulling the information out of her head. He is said to have entered the Dream Realm years ago and has not returned since. It is assumed he is dead. Sunny was tempted to tell her to ask her husband for an explanation, but held himself back. Instead, he said in an emotionless tone, Sure, there's not much to explain. Casus belli is just a fancy term for justification, an official reason given when starting a war. An assassination of a royal is more than enough reason to drown the world in blood. In fact, this exact scenario was used before to do just that. He chuckled coldly. Honestly, I would have expected Valor to actually kill one of their saints in order to have a more solid claim. But either someone among them is growing soft, or they can't allow themselves to lose even a single transcendent before the war. In any case, someone attempts to kill Changing Star, humanity's favorite saint, and both of the main suspects just happen to be from the Song domain. One of them is even conveniently unavailable for questioning. This is more than enough grounds to spin a pretty tale. Sunny sighed. As for the fact that none of the government soldiers had died, which is unlike how ruthless Morgan usually acts, that is the result of a shrewd calculation as well. If the purpose of the assassination attempt is to make Clan Valor look like the wronged party, then wouldn't it be counterproductive to make the government suffer more losses than Clan Valor did? Who would look like the true victim then? So it was all part of the plan. His cold voice echoed in the room, sounding more than a little bit sinister. As everyone was digesting his words silently, Sunny laughed. Well, at least that is how I would have done it. With more flair, of course. Nephis looked at him somberly, not saying anything. Eventually, though, she spoke in an even tone. So, they had someone pretend to try to kill me, while using the method that would point at someone serving Keysong. This gives them the ammunition they need to both declare war and maintain the illusion of righteousness, eventually. And, as an added bonus, they get a chance to pressure the government into making concessions or even joining their side entirely. He nodded, more or less. Nephis sighed and looked away. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, Well, good. It plays into our hands, actually. If I became the catalyst for the start of the war, it would only be logical for me to be the one to end it. At that moment, Cassia spoke, her voice a little grim. If they are already moving so openly, then it seems that we have even less time than we thought. I'm afraid that some of our plans will have to be accelerated, or even abandoned entirely. Sunny scowled behind the mask. Yeah, like me forging a sword for Nephis. I doubt I can make it in time, can I? Nephis gritted her teeth. It has been a long time coming. All we can do is prepare ourselves the best we can. When Song and Valor go to war, the only side that shall win is us. She looked at the people gathered in the room, her gaze settling on Sunny. Suddenly,
A faint smile appeared on her face. "Or will die. Lord Shadow, that favor I owe you. You'd better call it in soon. You might not get the chance later." He crossed his arms and stared back at her. "Who gave you permission to die?" Sunny smiled slightly behind the mask, then said in a cold tone, "You are too weak right now. Become stronger first." Nephis remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. "All right, if you insist that I become stronger, it seems that I have no other choice. I will." Soon after that, the secret meeting ended. The members of the cohort left, some openly, some in secret. Sunny himself simply crossed the border between the realms, returning to the Nameless Temple. There was a lot for him to do. Outside the manor of the Immortal Flame Clan, the engines of war were churning, and the world was moving on. In the days following Sunny's appointment as the memory purveyor of the Firekeepers, the Brilliant Emporium had undergone a transformation. Once established as a cover for his ability to weave sorcery, the Memory Boutique was suddenly thriving due to the high number of acquisition deals flowing through it, almost as if he was a real merchant. The Firekeepers were quite generous. Nephis did not enjoy the favor of the Valor Elders, so her private troops rarely received resources that a princess's personal guard deserved. They existed on a pitiful stipend that wouldn't cover the needs of 50 awakened, let alone 100 masters. Nevertheless, they were quite rich. Their riches did not come from the great clan, but from their own exploits instead. Every time Valor sent Nephis and her Firekeepers to deal with a terrible calamity of some sort, which happened on a regular basis, countless abominations would fall to their swords. That meant that there would be many memories and echoes brought back from each expedition, as well as valuable materials harvested from the nightmare creatures. The Firekeepers kept the best for themselves and sold the rest. That way, they were quite self-sufficient, and their coffers never ran empty. Cassia managed the assets of the Firekeepers, investing in various enterprises throughout the sword domain. In fact, many establishments in Bastion and other young cities had been funded by her on behalf of Nephis, not only bringing in stable income, but also adding to Changing Star's reputation. There was a sizable charity fund established by the Firekeepers as well, helping people in need. In short, Nephis was quite affluent despite being shunned by the elders of Clan Valor. And now, Sunny was benefiting from her wealth as well. There were a lot of mocking rumors about him in Bastion these days, calling him names and detailing what it was exactly that he was doing for Nephis in exchange for her money and gifts. But Sunny didn't mind. In fact, he was of the firm belief that everyone talking nonsense about him were simply jealous. Who wouldn't want to receive expensive gifts and attention from a stunningly beautiful young lady? What was there to feel shame about? If they did not know how to put themselves in such an envious position, it was their problem. Plus, of all the things Sunny had learned over the years, shame wasn't one of them. He had none to begin with. In any case, the Brilliant Emporium was now handling the flow of memories in and from the Ivory Island, collecting a commission from each deal. Granted, the Firekeepers weren't selling much these days. They were, however, on a spending spree. The war was just beyond the horizon, and everyone who knew anything about it was in a hurry to arm themselves as well as possible. Eiko was so giddy that Sunny was seriously concerned that the petite girl would explode from the excitement. Her greed and love for money put even his own prodigious avarice to shame. The deal with the Firekeepers was not the only reason why the Brilliant Emporium was doing better than usual, though. The restaurant side of the business was booming as well, and the reason for that was not just Sunny's face. Well, it was, in a manner of speaking. The real reason was that damned duel with Tristan of the Aegis Rose clan. Sunny had expected that playing the role of Changing Star's lover would attract a lot of attention, of course. What he had not expected
was how much the citizens of Bastion loved to gossip, and how much free time they had on their hands. These people, what a contradictory feeling. On one hand, he was tired of hearing idiots talk trash about him. On the other hand, the idiots paid a good amount of coin to spend time in the Brilliant Emporium. It was a good thing overall. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then sighed and descended into the memory boutique. There, Eiko was busy checking the descriptions of the memories she had recently purchased. She was in charge of the whole operation, not only because she had better business sense than him, but also because Sunny was unable to receive and transfer memories like all carriers of the nightmare spell could. The memories he crafted had to be designed with the customer in mind. Sunny had stolen a trait from the shard memories of the Forgotten Shore, which had the ability to bind themselves to those who touched them. After modifying it a little, he was able to devise a way to bestow the memories on the clients without transferring them directly from his own soul, which meant that, for the deals concerning purchased memories, he needed an awakened courier. Eiko played the role splendidly, delivering the memories to the firekeepers in person. "How's it going?" The petite girl looked up from the documents and grinned.
All accounted for, boss. We even managed to find a weapon with the weird combination of enchantments that Master Shim requested. Damn, it's still strange to call that guy a master. I remember how he used to nag the older hunters for losing all their shards gambling with me back in the Bright Castle.
Sunny smiled. "Good then. Make a trip to the castle tomorrow and come back early, though. I wouldn't survive in the kitchen alone." Eiko shuddered at the word early, then sighed and gathered the documents.
See you tomorrow, boss.
Soon, she was gone. Sunny had followed her onto the porch and remained there for a while, watching the sun set and the full moon rise. Tonight was the night he had to meet Cassia again. Cassia was waiting for him near the same toppled tower as the last time. She was just as ethereally beautiful as the last time, too, bathed in moonlight and standing on the edge of tranquil water. However, the atmosphere of their meeting was different today. It was more familiar somehow, perhaps even friendly. When Sunny emerged from the lake, Cassia smiled faintly.
Sunny.
He brushed his wet hair back and smiled as well. "Lady Cassia." She shook her head lightly.
It feels unfair that you are still maintaining decorum after insisting that I should be more informal. Call me Cassia, please.
He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "All right, Cassia. Shall we go? I am hoping to explore as much of the mirror labyrinth as possible tonight." She nodded and offered him her small hand. Sunny took it and pulled them both into the shadows, teleporting straight to the underground chamber they had discovered before. This time, there was no need for her to guide him deep into the ruins of the castle, erasing the memories of the nights patrolling it. The chamber had not changed at all, which was a relief. Sunny vividly remembered the warning Cassia had given him about the others, so he was wary of the beings that lived inside the mirrors in the former stronghold of the Demon of Imagination. Summoning the Shadow Lantern, he drowned the maze in shadows without wasting any time. Soon after, Sunny and Cassia continued to explore the labyrinth. "This place is vast." They had wandered it for hours the last time, and were not making any noticeable progress tonight. Slowly, Sunny was starting to grow wary. He remembered the Nightmare Desert and the Black Pyramid standing at its center. No matter how long one walked across the white dunes, the pyramid never drew closer. Was there some sort of trickery preventing him from reaching the heart of the labyrinth as well? They walked in silence for a while, but quickly grew bored of it. Eventually, Cassia spoke.
I must admit, Master Sunless, Sunny, you are a fascinating man.
He raised an eyebrow. "I am?" The blind seer chuckled melodiously.
Indeed. I suspected that you were, of course, when we first met, but knowing it and witnessing it in person are two different things. That stunt you pulled with poor Master Tristan, I pride myself on being able to predict things, you know. However, that caught me by surprise. What were you thinking?
Sunny coughed quietly. What was he thinking indeed? He kept quiet for a few moments, then said nonchalantly, "Well, thinking too much is bad for one's health. Back then, I was thinking, gods, I want to punch this buffoon so much. And so, I did. It's all about the little joys in life." Cassia smiled, then asked in a gentle voice,
But speaking of the Lord of Shadows, can I ask you something?
Sunny glanced at her briefly.
You can.
She nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said,
Before, you asked me to keep the true identity of Master Sunless to myself, saying that Nephis would not trust either if the connection between him and the Lord of Shadows was revealed. But now, you are not a stranger to her anymore. She has accepted Lord Shadow into her inner circle and entrusted him with her life. Likewise, Nephis, sympathetic toward Master Sunless. Why maintain the charade?
Sunny did not answer immediately, contemplating her question. Why did he want to keep that secret? He hesitated for a while, then sighed.
Because it's fun.
It was a callous answer, but a truthful one. Well, of course it was. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to give it. There was no strategic reason to keep Nephis in the dark anymore. And yet, Sunny was enjoying himself too much to let it go already. Nephis did somewhat trust the Lord of Shadows now, but she was also wary of him, because anyone who possessed such power would make people wary. The humble shopkeeper, however, isn't powerful at all, so she could allow herself to be at ease around him, and to Sunny, such moments were precious. They were much closer to the relationship they had before becoming saints than the courteous distance between her and the Lord of Shadows. He didn't want to lose those moments yet. Cassia let out a small laugh.
Fun? Well, I have to admit it is indeed a lot of fun. However,
she lingered for a moment and asked quietly,
Don't you think it is unfair to her to keep such a secret?
Sunny kept quiet, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. Eventually, he let out a sigh and lowered his head.
You're right. It is unfair. But don't worry. I'll tell her soon.
He looked ahead and added with a hint of regret in his voice,
I'll tell her before the war starts. Until then, Master Sunless should probably make an effort to enjoy his last days of peace as much as possible.
The two of them continued to explore the labyrinth, sometimes keeping silent, sometimes chatting about this and that. Sadly, Sunny failed to solve the maze this time as well. Not long before dawn came, he found himself back in the underground chamber, face to face with Cassia. It was time to show her another memory. The battle had just ended, and the winter beast was gone. The dark ecstasy of having killed the butcher of Falcon Scott had washed over Sunny's heart and receded like a tide, leaving it cold and hollow, dark and utterly devoid of light. There was nothing binding him to the world anymore. He was banished from the nightmare spell, fate, and existence itself. In the whole world, 2 worlds, actually, not a single soul cared whether he lived or died. No one even remembered that he existed. Facing the cruel truth of that loss was too painful, and so Sunny longed to leave it behind. He opened his eyes in a familiar hall. Warm sunlight was pouring through the stained glass windows, painting the ivory walls with vibrant colors. Heavy chains lay on the floor, arranged into a flawless circle. The sky was vast and blue outside. The ivory island floated on the sea of clouds, enveloped by a peaceful silence. Sunny had not wanted to come here. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to avoid this place at all costs. However, this was where his soul was anchored to the dream realm. And so, this was where he had arrived after giving up on the waking world. Standing in the center of the chained circle, Sunny shifted slightly and dissolved into the shadows. The ivory tower was mostly empty right now. Most of the firekeepers were still lost in the depths of their nightmares, while Nephis and the rest of the cohort were too busy to visit it often. Still, he didn't want to be seen by anyone. They could not remember him even if he told them who he was, so there was no point. Sunny glided across the floor as a shadow, hiding in the darkness near the gate. Then he extended his shadow sense outward and froze. On the emerald grass outside the Great Pagoda, two people were walking toward its gate. The sunlight suddenly seemed brighter. He kept himself hidden when they entered the sunlit hall. Nephis was frowning, while Cassia followed her with a strangely lost expression on her delicate face. Sunny remained motionless as he unwillingly eavesdropped on their conversation.
Are you sure?
Cassia nodded slowly.
Yes, I think I am. The future has grown too elusive to decipher.
Nephis halted and remained silent for a few moments.
Can it be connected to your transcendence, or witnessing that thing in Verge?
The blind girl hesitated briefly.
That was what I thought as well. However, I've reached out to several seers in confidence. They all seem to be having trouble glimpsing anything from the future as well, all over the world.
Nephis's scowl deepened.
What can be the reason? An aftershock of the dream gates being opened? The chain of nightmares itself?
She shook her head and continued walking. Cassia did not move for a while, standing there with her head lowered. Eventually, she whispered quietly,
"What has she done to me?"
With that, she turned around and descended into the basement of the ivory tower, where the runic controls of the island were located. Sunny was left alone. He exhaled slowly and emerged from the shadows, looking in the direction where Cassia had gone. Sunny was thinking about torment. Did she really believe that her defiled twin had been capable of doing something like that? The timeline didn't make sense, and Cassia knew it. Well, it was a reasonable theory to make. Torment's power, Cassia's power, had to do with manipulating memories after all. For a moment, a desperate hope ignited in his heart. What if Cassia could restore the memories of him with her transcendent ability? What if he could make them remember? But no, he knew that it was impossible. If it was, she would have already done so, restoring her own lost memories first. I'm sick of it. He gritted his teeth and walked out of the ivory tower. By now, the crushing was of no threat to him. Sunny wasn't sure if he could endure its terrible pressure, but he also did not need to. The range of his shadow sense had grown enough to reach the distant islands, so he could simply step through the shadows to leave the ivory island behind. He contemplated for a few moments, considering if he should. What was he going to do anyway? Live like a hermit in some godforsaken corner of the dream realm? Leave to travel the unexplored regions of this dreadful world, away from where any human could see him? Jump into the sky below and try to reach its bottom out of curiosity? Each alternative was as good as the next one. Well, jumping into the sky below was probably a bit worse than the rest. Sunny remained still for a while, thinking. In the end, he did not use Shadow Step to reach the flying island far below. Instead, he circled the Great Pagoda and headed toward the graceful gazebo where the portal to the Ebony Tower stood. If he remembered correctly, there was a chamber in Nether's scorched tower where the walls were engraved with countless runes. Sunny had not been able to understand these runes before, or at least retain the understanding of the ancient daemon's words. After his visit to the estuary, however, who knew what he would be able to learn? The Ebony Tower was just like the last time Sunny had seen it, floating ominously in a boundless black void, with a sea of fire burning above it relentlessly. The Firekeepers had established an outpost here, but after the Chainbreaker gained the ability to brave the crushing, they only maintained a token presence in the sky below. Now that Neff's followers had left to challenge the Nightmares, there was not a soul around. He stepped out of the black arch on the highest level of the Obsidian Pagoda and remained there for a while, staring into the distance. Somewhere far away, in a different world, one of his shadows was following Rain. Sunny had to think of a way to approach her openly, but his current mental state was too volatile to try. "I'll think of something later." Nothing moved in the sky below. Nothing disturbed the cold silence. Rid of the suffocating pressure of human company, he felt comfortable for the first time in a while. Or at least numb. There was consolation in solitude. Sunny exhaled slowly, then allowed the onyx mantle to retreat back under his skin. With his military bodysuit in tatters, he was left practically naked. After hesitating for a bit, Sunny allowed the wild shadows to envelop his lithe body and manifested them into a semblance of a soft fabric. Summoning the Endless Spring, he satiated his thirst and left the 6th level of the Ebony Tower. The 5th level consisted of one large chamber. It was shrouded in darkness with countless runes covering the obsidian walls. These runes were the reason why Sunny had chosen to come to this place. He stared at them emotionlessly. I knew it. Before, Sunny had been unable to read the forbidden runes. In fact, simply beholding them had almost killed him. But things were different now. Not only had he grown vastly more powerful since his day as an awakened, but he had also received the revelations of madness from the Sin of Solace. Thanks to that, he glimpsed the secrets that Ariel had left behind and was seemingly inoculated against the power of the forbidden runes by the knowledge of the forgotten god. And so, Sunny did not feel repelled by the runes carved into the walls of the Ebony Tower anymore. All he felt was a slight sense of discomfort. Of course, he still had to be careful when studying them. The knowledge of the void that a daemon was capable of enduring could very well plant seeds of corruption into his transcendent soul, and there was no telling if any of it was mixed between the passages concerning the forgotten god. There was also a bit of a problem. In any case, his mental fatigue lessened no matter which incarnation slept, as long as one of them did. Rising from the cot, Sunny looked around groggily. There was nothing pressing he had to do, so he was not in a hurry. He summoned the covetous coffer, took out some supplies, and seasoned some monster meat. While it was roasting, Sunny brewed himself a pot of coffee. Then he took the pot and the plate of meat outside and ate breakfast while dangling his feet above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The sea of divine flames above made for a spectacular sky. He enjoyed the views for a while, sipping coffee and not thinking about anything in particular. Eventually, though, Sunny grew bored and finally returned to the 5th level of the Ebony Tower. He looked at the runes for a while, eventually stopping near a familiar section of Nether's writings. Out there on the obsidian wall, a strange map had been carved into the stone. The Ivory Tower, the tomb of Ariel, Ravenheart, Bastion, the great vessel that served as the citadel for the House of Night, the Underworld, and Weaver's Mask, placed above the other 6 landmarks with a question mark next to it. The other 6 strongholds are only marked by a single rune each: Desire, Oblivion, Dread, Imagination, Repose, Destiny, and Fate. Sunny studied the map with amusement. It had seemed a bit strange before. After all, there were no borders, no terrain, no measure of distance between the strongholds. They all seemed strangely disconnected, as if there was no map at all. Now, of course, Sunny knew the daemons had built their citadels in different realms, and so it could as well have been a realm map. It was only after the Dream Realm had assimilated all mortal realms and 5 of the 6 divine realms, that the daemonic strongholds ended up connected by land. Finally, his gaze settled on the carving of Weaver's mask. Nether had not known where his eldest sibling dwelled, or if there was such a place at all. Perhaps Weaver had been a homeless wanderer just like Sunny. Smiling darkly, Sunny looked away from the map and turned his attention to the runes. The work progressed slowly. There was no day or night in the sky below, and Sunny did not particularly care for tracking time anymore. He only knew how much of it had passed because of the Happy Shadow, which continued to act as Rain's guardian somewhere far away. The task of learning how to read the forbidden runes was engrossing. Sunny was not trying to decipher the ancient script blindly. He was familiar with many variations of the runic language that had been used in the Dream Realm, or rather, in the multitude of realms that would one day become its various regions. The languages the people of the bygone eras had spoken were different, and so were the writing systems they had used. However, they all shared a common root. Hope, who had invented the concept of writing and the original runic script, being familiar with that script and many of its descendants, Sunny could somewhat infer the meaning of the derivative runic languages and learn how to read them. That task was not an easy one, even for a saint, but after spending a few weeks in the Ebony Tower, doing nothing but studying Nether's writings, he was making quick progress. Sunny studied the runes, took walks along the edge of the Scorched Island, slept, and lay idly on his cot, staring at the ceiling. His life was tranquil, easy, and entertaining, truly free of all burdens. Sometimes he felt the desire to claw at the walls of the obsidian tower. In those moments, he visited the lightless shrine and stared at the statue of the goddess of black skies. The face of the statue was obscured by a veil, but the sculpture was so exquisitely carved that the veil seemed to be made from fine silk, not cold stone. He could see a vague silhouette of a divinely beautiful face outlined by its delicate folds and caresses. Sunny couldn't help but feel that it shared a close resemblance to the faces of the broken porcelain dolls that piled into a mountain on the lowest level of the tower, as well as saints' inhumanly beautiful visage. Had Nether been obsessed with Storm God? Or simply too lazy to sculpt a multitude of faces when there already was a perfectly fine one for him to copy? He had been a very practical man, after all, as well as the most impractical of them. Why else would he rise in rebellion against the gods? As Sunny made advancements in his understanding of the forbidden runes, he was able to make a rough estimate of when exactly the Demon of Destiny had resided in the Ebony Tower. It had been in the latter half of the Golden Age, during Hope's imprisonment. Nether seemed to have already fallen out with Storm God, but was not contemplating going to war against the heavens yet. Instead, he had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to his misguided passion, trying to create living beings, which was an authority exclusive to the gods. Much like Sunny had turned his back on the world and dedicated himself to studying these forbidden runes, the Ebony Tower seemed to attract disheartened men. Most of the runes carved into its walls were esoteric, to say the least. Sunny slowly learned how to understand their meaning, but that did not mean that he understood what they meant. It would be the same if someone had given him a highly advanced scientific paper on quantum physics to read. Knowing human language would not help him comprehend the contents. The fact that Nether's writing had never been meant to be read by anyone except the Demon of Destiny himself did not help either. He had left these notes for himself, so they weren't very detailed. There were many passages like, "Dissected. Structure, pathways, flow, basic mechanics hide the deep complexity of processes and function. Material. Correlation or causation. Potential hints at obsolescence. Source unknown. Observation flawed. Sonny could not really understand the meaning of these passages, but he did discern several underlying themes, like the flame of desire had burned in the hideous void, giving birth to the 7 gods. Why does the flame wane? Sonny thought about the strange story for a long time. Was it a fable Nether had written down on a whim? Or the transcript of an actual conversation between him and Stormgod? In any case, it had to have meaning. The Demon of Destiny was not someone who would have carved runes into stone without a reason. He had been trying to create life, so the story could have been a contemplation on the nature of life. However, to Sonny, it seemed like there were many layers to this passage. The goddess of black skies had described 3 situations. One was about hunger, one was about the desire to survive, and the last one was about lust. So, had she been trying to say that life was hunger, fear, and lust? He did not think so. It seemed that the exact situation did not matter too much. What mattered was that the character of each anecdote was faced with a choice. Nether had been the demon of choice, so was that the true meaning of the story? Somehow, Sonny felt that it was not that important either. The truly important part was the first and the last lines of the story. Why did the flame wane? The waning flame was presumably desire, the primordial desire that had been born in the void and gave birth to the gods in turn. Sonny remembered the murals describing the origin of the daemons clearly, both those that he had seen in the drowned library of Fallen Grace and those he had seen in the estuary. On one, a golden flame was burning in the darkness. On the next, 7 figures, the gods, were surrounding the greatly diminished flame, sitting on the edge of Ebony Island and looking at the sea of divine flames above. He blinked. No. Wait. But really, why did the flame diminish? The divine flames that had created the sky below waned slowly over thousands of years until only this much was left. One day they would be extinguished altogether. But why had the primordial desire waned after giving birth to the gods? Did it have something to do with the secret of life? Nether had built the Ebony Tower because he wanted to use divine flame to create living beings. But he eventually abandoned that path and returned to the underworld. Had he been trying to substitute the flame of desire with the flame of divinity? All of it seemed too interconnected somehow and encapsulated in the strange story to be a mere coincidence. However, even if it was, Sonny could not for the life of him understand what it actually meant. He summoned Saint, shared his theory with her, and asked for her opinion. Saint, of course, remained silent, simply staring at him with indifference. Thought so. Sonny clicked his tongue, dismissed the shadow, and returned to the tower with a sullen expression on his pale face. The second passage he was keenly interested in was much less poetic, but tantalized Sonny much more. That was because it mentioned the other daemons, most of all, the nebulous demon of fate. The runes read, "Gods created all living creatures, but not all creatures they created carry a divine lineage. Only those born of the gods do, and those born of their descendants. Why have the gods forbidden us 7 to sire offspring? Why are we destined for loneliness? Is it because we are of the Forgotten One, who slumbers in the void? Where is the void, and where is its gate? How did Weaver enter it, and what did Weaver see? Why did Weaver decide to break the will of the gods and create a lineage? Blood, bone, flesh, soul, spirit, mind, and shadow. The gods shall discover the transgression, but they cannot. That is because, having created a lineage, Weaver does not possess a lineage. It has been lost and will be lost therefore having never been in Weaver's possession. One cannot be punished for something that has never been. A piece is lost to fantasy. A piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite. A piece is lost to darkness. A piece is lost to sorrow. A piece is lost to rot. And finally, a piece is stolen by a thief. Weaver's defiance is elusive, just like Weaver is, but mine will be different. Sonny stared at the runes for a while, his eyes burning with wanderlust. Nether seemed to have been considering the difference between him, the youngest sibling, and Weaver, the oldest. Both had decided to defy the gods, but in a different way. Gods created all living creatures, but only those born of them carry a divine lineage. It seemed that Weaver had pursued the latter, while Nether had pursued the former. But more importantly, Weaver's lineage. Finally, he knew the remaining parts of the weave. He had already found Bloodweave, Boneweave, and Soulweave. Flesh, mind, spirit, and Shadow Weaves remained. Shadow Weave. Would absorbing it make up for Shadow God's lineage that Bloodweave had so unceremoniously devoured? And if he managed to collect all 7, would the broken lineage of Weaver restore itself to an unblemished state, granting him its full power? Sonny finally understood why the weave had been shattered into many fragments to begin with. It was because Weaver had hidden its existence from the gods by scattering it across the tapestry of fate. Its fragments had always been fated to be lost, and so it was as if Weaver had never possessed them at all. The fragment destined to be lost to sorrow was Soulweave, which Sonny had found near Oblivion's grave. The fragment destined to be lost to rot was Boneweave, which he had found here in the Ebony Tower. The fragment destined to be stolen by a thief was Bloodweave, which the nightmare spell had granted him for slaying the spawn of the vile thieving bird. At the time when Nether had been carving these runes, Oblivion was still alive, while Weaver had not lost an arm. Therefore, the Demon of Fate had foreseen these events in advance, or maybe even reached into the tapestry of fate to attach the fragments of the weave to its strings. One had to be inventive to avoid the gaze of the gods. But where had the other 4 fragments ended up? Sonny looked back at the runes. A piece is lost to fantasy. A piece is lost to fear. A piece is lost to respite. A piece is lost to darkness. He contemplated for a few minutes, then turned and gazed at the map where the strongholds of the daemons were depicted. Not the absence of everything, but the presence of nothing. Just thinking about that made his head hurt. But it seemed very much like something that the gods would be involved in. These beings operated with ideas and concepts, after all, having shaped the very universe into existence. So, if nothing could contain the void, the gods could have gone and literally used nothing to contain it, enveloping the void in a layer of nothingness which the void beings could not cross because nothing could stop them, and bringing down the cage of existence on top of that layer. That would be a godlike thing to do, wouldn't it? That nothingness seemed to seep into the universe, though, like mist. Weren't the hollow mountains always shrouded in a strange mist? Sonny opened his eyes wide, remembering how the cohort had escaped a flood of mist on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Back then, they felt a terrible threat emanating from it, not knowing why. If that mist was literally nothingness, would they have been erased from existence if it swallowed them? Sonny also remembered the eerie creature that had come from the mist and demanded that he open his eyes on the ashen barrow. Nobody exists within it. Were there actual beings born from and dwelling in nothingness? He suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. The demon of destiny was wary of nothing and feared nobody. Wasn't Nether actually admitting that he felt wary of nothingness and feared the beings dwelling in the mist? God damn it. As if the world wasn't scary enough already. Sonny already had his hands full dealing with the nightmare creatures. There were also the void creatures, which were infinitely more harrowing than the familiar abominations. Luckily, they were locked away by the gods, and now there were also nothing creatures? Nobodies? No, he simply refused to deal with that. Time to get some sleep. Sonny shook his head and left the 5th level of the Ebony Tower, returning to his living quarters. The translation was mostly complete. He had already determined which passages he could understand, which he couldn't fathom, and which spoke too much about the void, meaning that he had to avoid them at all costs. Staying in the sky below was slowly becoming meaningless. Perhaps it was time to start thinking about his next destination. I'll consider it tomorrow. Just before falling asleep, Sonny wondered where he would go, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't exist in the memories of the world anymore. So, am I a nothing creature too? A nobody? In the morning, Sonny woke up and simply remained on the cot, staring at the ceiling. He felt strangely apathetic. Yesterday, he had considered whether it was worth it to continue studying Nether's writings. There wasn't much left for him to learn from the runes. As soon as that idea entered his mind, all the motivation and excitement he had been feeling about translating them disappeared. Without something to look forward to, he could not find a reason to get up. How long had he spent in the sky below anyway? A month? Closer to 2? In any case, he had beaten his previous record. Might as well get comfortable. Sonny closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He spent the next few days doing nothing. Sometimes Sonny would go outside and look at the sea of flames. Sometimes he would remain in the Ebony Tower, staring at the walls. Only his incarnation that guarded Rain remained active, which was the sole reason he was not dying of boredom. Eventually, however, he became fixated on a strange thought. Can I cross the Hollow Mountains? The question seemed rhetorical, but it was not. Sonny did not dare delve into the hollow interior of the great mountain chain, where elemental darkness dwelled. But what about braving the mist shrouding it to traverse the exterior? If the mist enveloping the jagged peaks was indeed pure nothingness, then anyone who entered it would become nothing. At least, that was what one would think. They would think wrongly, though. Sonny had undeniable proof that it was possible to survive in the mist, at least for some time. It was the fact that Saint Cormac had spent months exploring the Hollow Mountains on behalf of Clan Valor before being killed by Saint Tyrus. What had been his goal? Searching for a way to cross to the other side? Looking for an entrance into the underworld where Nether's stronghold was supposedly located? Or something else entirely, which Sonny could not even guess? In any case, if Cormac could do it, then Sonny could too. Should I try? He had no plans and no particular desires, except for the desire to be far away from everyone. Was there a more distant place than the unexplored vastness beyond the Hollow Mountains? There, Sonny would be truly and utterly alone, which was what he wanted. The romance of the unknown. His curiosity and wanderlust were calling him. On the other side of the impregnable mountain chain lay the Forgotten Shore. It was now a desolate land of perpetual darkness. Most of the creatures that had populated the Coral Labyrinth were gone, annihilated by the terror of the Crimson Spire. The Dark Sea was gone as well, sealed by his own hand. Maybe a few abominations still survived, somewhere in the darkness, but he still wanted to visit that place one more time. Sonny could retrace the steps of the journey he had made with Nephis and Cassia. He could make sure that the Soul Devourer was dead, and if not, fulfill his purpose to burn the damned thing to the ground. He could return to the Dark City and sift through the scorched ruin of the Bright Castle, find the statue of the Slayer that he had never seen, and sleep on his own bed in the ruined cathedral. And that was not all. Humans knew about the Forgotten Shore now. They also knew that the Nightmare Desert lay to the east, thanks to Nephis making the journey. However, no one had even learned what lay to the west and north of that cursed place. Sunny could become the first human to ever set foot in those mysterious regions of the Dream Realm. Sure, no one would ever learn about his discoveries, but he would know. Doing it for himself was enough. A subtle sense of excitement slowly took hold of his heart. Cassia looked a little bit disheveled, which was unlike her usual tidy self. She observed the firekeepers silently, but at some point, a slight scowl appeared on her face. The blind seer wandered the hall for a bit, seemingly without aim. Eventually, she stopped near the cot Sunny had slept on and touched the pillow briefly. He was about to grow tense, but at that point, one of the firekeepers called out to her.
Cassia, are we really not going to be able to return here?
Turning around, she lingered for a few moments, then answered with a sigh.
I don't know. The ivory tower is about to leave the chained isles. The connection between the two portals might depend on distance, or might not. In any case, it is better not to take the risk.
Hiding in the shadows, Sunny was momentarily stunned. Right. Nephis told Cassia to take the ivory tower to Bastion. He had forgotten all about it. What would have happened if he stayed on Ebony Island until the connection between the two portals was broken? Was he capable of ascending all the way to the sky above on his own? Probably, after doing some weaving at least, but it would be such a pain. It seems I can't stay here anymore. It was so sudden, but it was also a relief. Feeling strangely liberated, Sunny silently hid himself in Cassia's shadow and stayed with her until the outpost was completely disassembled. Then he followed the blind seer back to the portal. On the way, Sunny said a silent goodbye to the statue of Storm God and threw one last glance at the map carved into the wall on the 5th level. The Hollow Mountains were calling to him, and he had no reason to refuse the invitation anymore. Once Cassia and the firekeepers returned to the Ivory Island, taking him with them, Sunny silently reached down with his senses and used Shadow Step to teleport to the distant land far below. He stepped out of the shadows on the southern island, in the ruins of the ancient stronghold that had once belonged to Shadow Lord, and where he battled Nightmare many years ago. In the sky above, the beautiful silhouette of the Ivory Island was drifting among the clouds. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking up. Eventually, the flying island slowly moved, traveling south, crossing the chasm separating the Chained Isles from the rest of the Dream Realm, and leaving them behind. It was time for him to go as well. He watched the ivory tower float away, and then turned around, facing north. Goodbye. Taking the first step, Sunny headed away from the ruined stronghold, never looking back. Sunny remembered the first time he went all the way to the northern boundary of the Chained Isles vividly. Back then, it had taken Cassia and him around a month to reach the Night Temple from the Sanctuary of Noctis. The southern island was further away from the Hollow Mountains than the Sanctuary, and yet, Sunny made the journey in under a week. Even then, it had only taken him that long because he was taking his sweet time. He did not need to traverse the heavenly chains to get from one island to another anymore. Instead, he simply turned into a crow and flew north, landing from time to time to rest or take a look at something peculiar. The crushing was of no issue because he could escape it at any time with Shadow Step. The nightmare creatures of the Chained Isles were too weak to pose a serious threat to him, at least as long as he stayed alert. Most simply fled, frightened by his dark presence. Strangely enough, Sunny felt that he was more at home in the Dream Realm than he was in the waking world. It was as though being a transcendent finally made him suited to exist in this land of beauty and dread. Soon, he saw a black line on the northern horizon. The line grew darker and taller as he ventured further north, until he finally could make out the jagged peaks of the Hollow Mountains. The great mountain chain pierced the sky like the fangs of a giant dragon. At least that was how Sunny always perceived it before. Now, however, he knew that they were simply a scar left on the surface of the world by the fall of a void creature
that had been killed here at the dawn of time, true darkness, was born from the blood of that abyssal being, which had seeped into the broken earth. Having beheld the draconian peaks, Sunny lowered his gaze and looked down. The northern island had been destroyed in the battle between Skytide and St. Cormac, so the chasm separating the Chained Isles from the Hollow Mountains was wider than before. Across the dark abyss of the sky below, the mountains rose steeply into the distant sky, white mist rolling down their slopes. It flowed into the abyss like a wall of clouds, disappearing into the darkness. Sunny exhaled slowly. He was standing on the edge of an island, with the broken chain that had once connected it to the northern island rattling quietly far below. Far away, on the other side of the chasm, the great anchor chain that had once connected the Chained Isles to the Hollow Mountains was hidden by mist. He was not alone. Saint, serpent, nightmare, and fiend were standing around him. The gloomy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and crazy shadows lay on the ground as well. Only the happy shadow was missing, busy with its own mission. Sunny exhaled slowly, then looked at his retinue. He remained silent for a while, then said with a pale smile,
"The smart way of doing this would be to send one of you into the mist first to see how it goes."
None of them showed any reaction except for Fiend, who tried to hide behind Saint without drawing attention. Sadly, with his current size, hiding behind Saint was not as effective as it had been before. Sunny grinned.
"Luckily for you, no one has ever accused me of being smart."
He had been complimented on his wit from time to time, but never in an accusatory tone, so the statement was technically true. Shaking his head, Sunny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Then he dismissed the shadows and faced the abyssal chasm once more.
What a bother.
He had already tried to extend his shadow sense into the mist to breach the chasm with Shadow Step, but couldn't sense a single shadow on the other side. In fact, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if nothing existed beyond the veil of mist, perhaps quite literally.
Here we go.
Sunny dissolved into the shadows, then emerged from them in the form of a crow. Flapping his wings, he cawed loudly and flew toward the Hollow Mountains. He left the rattling of chains behind and glided on the winds above the bottomless abyss of the sky below. The white wall of flowing mist drew closer and closer, and as it did, Sunny's heart beat faster and faster. Was his body turning transparent? If so, that was all right. That was how it should be.
If I don't exist, if there is no me, why does it hurt to have never existed so much?
He had experienced being erased from existence once already. That pain would have been meaningless if he had never existed in the first place. So, the mere fact that it had hurt him so badly was a contradiction. If he was nobody, then he would have felt nothing, but he felt something. And therefore, he had to be somebody. Pain bloomed in his heart like a flower, and with it, his transcendent soul ignited with the beautiful radiance of divine flame. Tenacious blood ran through his body, filling it with strength. His mind was aflame with desire to exist.
I hurt, therefore I am. Wait, what? What kind of nonsense am I spouting?
Sunny groaned and concentrated all of his formidable might on a single thought.
I am.
He was not nothing. He was not nobody. He was sunless. Formerly known, or rather unknown, as lost from light. He was the devil of Antarctica. He had been the Mad Prince once, but he was not anymore. He was even Lord Mongrel, even if he wished otherwise. He was Sunny. It took all his focus to keep that thought from dissolving into the mist. Once he managed to prove his own existence, the pressure of nothingness did not disappear, and the pull of non-existence did not lessen. Sunny had to keep concentrating on the fact that he had been, was, and would be without reprieve. If he let go of that fervent thought, even for a few moments, both his soul and body would probably turn into flowing mist.
Damnation!
Grimacing, he slowly rose from the cold stone and stared into the white nothingness that surrounded him with a grim expression.
How insidious.
This was not going to be easy. Mumbling quiet curses, Sonny dusted himself off and looked around. He could not see anything, and the mist was dampening his senses, so he didn't even know which direction he was supposed to go. However, it wasn't hard to determine where the north was. All he had to do was pay attention to the ground. The ground under his feet was sloping in a certain direction. Going down meant returning to the Chained Isles. Going up meant venturing deeper into the Hollow Mountains. He rubbed his face, sighed, and started climbing the slope. Sonny walked up the rocky slope, surrounded by the flowing mist and a silence so absolute that it was almost deafening. He could not see very well, and even if he could, he wouldn't have been able to perceive much. His mind was so strained by the imperative need to continuously affirm his own existence that there wasn't much space left for other thoughts. The mist could barely be permeated by his shadow sense as well. His senses were impaired, not as much as they would have been in true darkness, but still severely. Step, step, another step. All sounds were muffled, and he could not hear his own footsteps. Because of that, Sonny had an eerie feeling that he was not moving at all.
Damnation.
This was going to be tiring. He walked for a few hours, feeling more and more fatigued. Just a day before, he was flying across the Chained Isles, unrestrained and full of power, but now, simply taking a step felt like a burden. That said, Sonny suspected that he would slowly, very slowly, grow accustomed to the pressure of existing within nothingness. He would have been long erased from existence if he had been a mere sleeper, but a transcendent soul was much more vast and potent than that of a dormant being. More importantly, it was fundamentally different from the souls of sleepers, awakened, and masters. That was because a saint's soul was connected to the world, so to erase it, nothingness had to erase all those connections as well. That was why Sonny could struggle to keep existing in the mist. In the next few days, he made little progress. Sonny did not dare to move brazenly here in the Hollow Mountains, especially before knowing what horrors lay hidden in the fog. So he kept a low profile and simply walked, like a mundane human would. The slopes under his feet turned steeper and steeper, and his surroundings became colder and colder. If these were mundane mountains, there would have already been snow covering the ground. But in this eerie place, the hidden expanse of black rock remained barren, with nothing but mist flowing across its surface. The second reason was that he possessed a rich experience of trying to maintain his sense of self due to shadow dance. Sonny had spent years trying not to lose himself in the forms and shapes of the beings he shadowed, so resisting the dreadful pull of nothingness was, in a sense, nothing new to him. It would have been much better if he still had a true name, but sadly, that was one of the two disadvantages weighing him down. The other disadvantage was that there were no strings of fate connecting him to other people, places, and events. Erasing someone like him, untethered from everything, was easier. After all, the vacuum left in his absence would be very small. Luckily, there was the third reason, his greatest ally in the sea of nothingness. It had to do with the power and nature of his soul. A powerful soul was harder to erase from existence than a weak one, and Sonny's soul was much more potent than that of almost any other saint, let alone someone of a lesser rank. Not only did he possess 6 cores instead of 1, but each of them was also altered and bolstered by soul weave. He also carried 4 powerful creatures in his soul: Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, and Fiend.
The nature of his soul was no less important. In that regard, Sunny actually had two advantages. The first was one of his attributes, the flame of divinity. For whatever reason, divinity seemed to repel nothingness, protecting him like a radiant shield. The second was the fact that he was a shadow and had the soul of a shadow. Sunny did not know why, but he had come to believe that shadows were especially difficult to erase from existence. The vile thieving bird's spawn had failed to consume his soul because he possessed shadow essence instead of soul essence. Similarly, nothingness was having trouble swallowing him now. He remembered the cohort's journey to the outer boundary of the underworld and the forlorn shadows he had found in the maze. They had belonged to the champions of the First Lord, but their owners were somehow gone, leaving only the orphaned shadows behind. Sunny thought that he understood how that had happened better now. They must have encountered a creature of nothingness somewhere there, in the dark maze, but Sunny and the rest had been warned by Cassia to keep their eyes shut, and so they somehow passed through the darkness unscathed. Stopping for a moment, Sunny let out a sigh, leaned against the black rocks, and stared into the mist. Keep our eyes shut. Once again, Sunny remembered the chilling encounter with the creature that had come to the Ashen Barrow from the mist. Just like in the dark maze on the precipice of the underworld, he had survived that encounter by keeping his eyes shut, on Cassia's advice. The creature had been insidious, though, trying to trick them into opening their eyes. That was the first of the very few times Sunny had encountered an abomination capable of human speech. But now, looking back on that fearful night, Sunny couldn't help but doubt if it had really spoken. He went over each and every word the creature had said. His expression slowly froze. Now that he thought about it, was it not the case? Every word it used was one that Nephis, Cassia, or Sunny had spoken themselves. The mist being had stolen their words, just like it had stolen Cassia's voice, like a twisted reflection. Was that because the creatures of nothingness did not possess voices of their own? Or for some other unfathomable reason? In any case, how the hell did the carapace demon chase it away, back into the depths of the dark sea? The nightmare creatures populating the transient sea of the Forgotten Shore were all of the corrupted rank at least. Soul Devourer's loyal thrall, however, was merely an awakened demon. Had it been because it served the tree and was augmented by it in some way? Because the Soul Devourer attacked the invader alongside its guardian? Or simply because battling the mist creatures was different from battling other abominations? Maybe the carapace demon had kept its eyes shut as well. Don't I know another creature who makes me want to keep my eyes closed, though? Well, actually, he knew two. The first one was Torment, but he was more interested in the secondary one, Mordret, the self-proclaimed Prince of Nothing who could enter a being's soul through the eyes. That title of his, was it simply an ironic moniker Mordret had invented because of being abandoned by his family, or something far more meaningful? After all, the connection between him and nothingness did not stop there. In the second nightmare, the original body he had been sent into belonged to a mysterious mist creature, a mist creature who had descended from the Hollow Mountains and consumed every living soul in the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope. Mordret had undergone some sort of transformation in the Ebony Tower as well, making him almost impossible to sense through divination. The Ebony Tower, which had belonged to Nether, the prince of the underworld, who was closely tied to the white mist and nothingness, wearing it like a mantle. Was it all a series of coincidences, or did Mordret possess some connection to nothing? I just can't make sense of that guy. What was his aspect? What was his flaw? What had Asterion done to him, and why did he enter the first nightmare as a child? What had happened to him in that nightmare? Mordret carried the lineage of War God, the goddess of life, as well as progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity. The core of his aspect seemed to be connected to reflections and mirrors, which didn't strike Sunny like something having to do with warfare.
and was only tangentially connected to technology and crafting. Of course, lineage and aspect did not have to be directly connected. Sunny himself carried the lineage of Weaver, but possessed an aspect tied to Shadow God. Nephis carried the lineage of Sun God, but her aspect was not connected to any god at all, but rather to the mythical Nephilim. In any case, what did mirrors have to do with nothingness? Sunny did not see a connection, but there had to be one. I'll ask the bastard the next time I see him. No. Right. I won't see him ever again. It was a bit of a relief. After catching his breath, metaphorically speaking, Sunny sighed and continued on his way. However, this time, he took additional precautions. He closed his eyes and moved forward, relying on nothing but his dampened shadow sense, sticking to shadows where he could. The nothingness was oppressive. The towering pillars left the range of his perception, and the vast shadow pressing Sunny down disappeared with them. The enormous creature, whatever it was, had moved on. About a minute later, something crashed into the ground in the distance, causing one last violent tremor. Sunny hesitated for a while, then emerged from the shadows. He stood motionless for a while, looking in the direction of where the enormous creature had gone. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and followed. What the hell am I doing? He wasn't sure why he wanted to find the place where the creature had fallen, but something was pushing him forward. Perhaps it was the need to know what kind of enemies he would face in this eerie place. Perhaps it was simple curiosity. Perhaps it was something akin to the call of the void, the morbid desire to jump into the beckoning abyss. At some point, Sunny turned to a vertical slope and started climbing. The white mist was not uniform. It was thicker in some places and thinner in others. Usually the closer to a peak one got, the further they would be able to see. It took him some time to climb the tall cliff stealthily. Following along its edge, Sunny reached a narrow ledge and came into view of a vast mountain valley. It was shrouded in mist, but he could still see the appalling shape of an immense, abhorrent creature that lay in the fog. Its titanic body stretching as far as he could see. Shifting his gaze, Sunny paled when he saw an ocean of vile darkness permeating the being's soul, spreading from 7 tumorous growths. A great titan. His heart was suddenly cold. Looking upon a great titan was already unnerving enough. What made Sunny truly tense, however, was the fact that the abomination's flesh was terribly torn and mutilated, as if it had barely escaped from a fearsome clash. What could have mangled the great titan so badly? The wounds were hideous and utterly dreadful, and yet they did not seem grievous enough to kill a being such as this. However, they weakened it. They weakened its body. They weakened its mind. They weakened its soul. And they weakened its will. And that was much too dangerous in the Hollow Mountains. Although the unfathomable abomination was still alive, the mist was already flowing over its endless shape. Hiding in the shadows, stunned, Sunny remained motionless and watched as a great titan was devoured by nothingness, slowly dissolving into a milky fog. Not long after, it was completely gone. It died, just like that. No, not even died. The titan was simply erased, as if it had never existed at all. Sunny had felt bold not too long ago. Transcendence had increased his power tremendously, and reuniting with Serpent added another fearsome shadow to his Dark Legion. He had braved the dark depths of Earth's oceans, slaughtered his way across the Antarctic center like a grim reaper, slain the winter beast, and crossed the Chain Isles as if he was walking a walk in the park. His power had gotten to his head, and he had thought himself truly strong. The Hollow Mountains disabused him of that notion. Wandering the endless expanse of flowing mist, lost among jagged peaks, Sunny was reminded of how weak and insignificant he was in the grand scheme of things. Effie had once said that the Dream Realm was a dark paradise, but as far as Sunny was concerned,
It seemed more like hell. If the conquered regions of the Dream Realm were hell, however, the Hollow Mountains were a deeper and much more dreadful abyss. The horrors that dwelled there were beyond all reason, unfathomable and indescribable, possessing the power to reshape the world with the chilling malice of their alien will. Great abominations, and even cursed ones. Sunny saw their grotesque shapes moving in the mist from time to time, making him shudder. Sometimes, a vague silhouette of a vast creature would pass his hiding spot, wreathed in wisps of fog. Sometimes an entire section of a mountain would come alive, sliding away to reveal itself as a gargantuan tentacle that had been wrapped around the towering peak. Sometimes he would hear eerie sounds echoing in the mist and feel as though his very mind was being consumed by them. If not for the onyx mantle, which granted him a high degree of resistance to soul and mind attacks, those eerie cries alone would have been enough to kill him. This was a land of death, after all. Humans had named such regions death zones for a reason. There was no place for mortals here, and yet Sunny was here. He might have been humbled by the dread of the Hollow Mountains, but he was not deterred by it. Even if he was not powerful enough to face the creatures dwelling in the mist, he was strong and resourceful enough to survive them. As time went on, he learned to resist the will-eroding pull of nothingness better. It still strained him, but pushing against the disillusion of himself had eventually become a habit. He moved stealthily and stayed out of sight, making sure not to attract the attention of the great nightmare creatures, and retreated at the mere suspicion of a cursed one being close by. Of course, he was not always able to escape. As months went by, Sunny failed to evade the attention of powerful abominations a few times. Navigating the mist was difficult, and his senses were impaired. So were theirs. But that simply meant that many things were up to luck, and Sunny had no luck to speak of. When he was forced to fight, the battles were chilling. The black rock shattered, and the mist boiled from the ferocious forces unleashed by the combatants. Sunny had to give it his all to simply survive, testing the absolute limits of his transcendent power and using every ounce of cunning dwelling in his devious mind. Sunny had only encountered the creatures of nothingness after leaving the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains and venturing deeper into the vast expanse of the deadly region. His very first encounter had almost become his last. Whispers of long-forgotten voices, echoes of long-extinguished wails. They surrounded him from all sides, drifting in the mist. Sunny had his eyes tightly shut, hiding in the shadows, and praying for the eerie being to move past without noticing him. Somehow, he knew that if he saw it, he would not survive. Or at least, himself would not survive. Who knew? Perhaps 6 lonely shadows would be left wandering the world in his wake. Eventually, the whispers grew distant and disappeared. The deeper into the mist Sunny went, the more of these creatures he encountered. He had never gazed at them, so he didn't even know what they looked like, or if they looked like anything at all. He could allow himself to fight the nightmare creatures, but every time he encountered a mist being, he either hid or escaped. It was only that after a while, Sunny started to doubt if they were even creatures at all. It almost felt as if the voices wandering the fog were strange phenomena instead, as though the eerie remnants of things and beings erased by nothingness drifted in the mist, attracted to each other by the ancient vestiges of erased wills. He had a particular suspicion, though. To be is to be perceived. There was a school of thought that claimed that things only existed if they were perceived. That which was not perceived did not exist. But since one could not perceive nothing, everything they did perceive had to be something. In other words, Nothing would become something by the mere act of being perceived, like a reflection, perhaps, which was only there when one stood in front of the mirror. It was a bit of a strange philosophy, and one that depended on the existence of an omniscient God to make sense, a God who perceived all of existence and therefore made it real. The gods were dead, of course, and more than that, they had never been omniscient, so that disproved the whole notion. But Sunny still felt that there was a kernel of truth to it. Perhaps things could exist without being perceived, and nothing would not become something even if it was witnessed. But he felt that the beings of the mist would definitely become more real if they were witnessed. To behold them was the same as giving them power. Looking upon them would make nothing become something, enough to come into contact with existence and tear it apart. At least, that was what he thought. For that reason, Sunny did not only close his eyes near the mist creatures, but also covered his ears and retracted his shadow sense, turning himself blind, deaf, and mute. Being devoid of most senses in the middle of a death zone was its own kind of terror, but he simply gritted his teeth and endured. Sunny did not know if what he was doing had any meaning, but the creatures of nothingness had never managed to consume him, so maybe he was doing something right. Even if Sunny found a tentative way to survive encounters with the creatures of the mist, and even if he was slowly learning how to survive in the battles against the great nightmare creatures, claiming their lives one after another, even if he avoided the cursed ones with utmost caution, there was still one big problem he had to contend with: the Hollow Mountains themselves. The Forgotten Shore was a vast land, one that probably had been its own realm once upon a time. The Nightmare Desert was of the same size, if not larger, and yet the mountain chain stretched from east to west like a great wall, bordering both of these regions and a few others. It was simply enormous. Worse than that, the jagged peaks were shrouded in thick mist, which made navigating them all but impossible. Sunny was mostly sure that he had not lost his understanding of where the north was, but after dozens of furious battles and narrow escapes, his certainty was not absolute. Maybe he was hopelessly lost, or maybe the Hollow Mountains were simply too vast. In any case, his journey was taking longer than he had expected. Much longer. Out there beyond the mist, Rain's family had already left the waking world behind and settled in Ravenheart. Sunny's avatar had approached her and somehow talked his way into becoming her teacher. But Sunny was still wandering the mist, hiding from the unspeakable horrors that dwelt within it, and clashing with them when there was no chance to escape. At times, he doubted that anything except the white mist had ever existed. He was so accustomed to the flowing fog and the black rocks, so used to the harsh life of the weakest being in the mountains, and so familiar with the strange nature of existing in the sea of nothingness that his past did not seem real. Wasn't it ironic? The only thing that seemed to have existed was non-existence. The warm and endearing life of his distant avatar seemed like a dream instead. Funny. Beaten and battered, hurting all over, Sunny was slowly learning how to fight and function without the nightmare spell. Tired of only working on turning the covetous coffer into an echo, he tried to envision a memory that would replace some of the rudimentary functions of the spell, especially those having to do with presenting information in an easily digestible manner. Such a memory was not that hard to weave, but actually designing it required some creativity. After all, the source of all that information would not be the nightmare spell, but Sunny himself. Therefore, he had to find a way to automatically convert things he knew or perceived into runes. That was an interesting challenge. Apart from that, he was also trying to teach himself how to enter his soul sea. Some of the things he had learned with the help of the nightmare spell had remained with him, like muscle memory, the acts of traveling between realms and placing realm tethers, for example. But some, like visiting the soul sea, were completely gone. So he had to relearn them.
The ancient people of the Dream Realm had been able to enter their soul seas long before the nightmare spell was created, so there was no reason that he couldn't do the same. In fact, there had probably never been a transcendent who did not know the way into their soul sea. So Sunny felt a bit ashamed of himself. It was just hard to find the way without a teacher. Nevertheless, he eventually succeeded, even if it had taken him slightly more than a year. After entering the Soul Sea, Sunny confirmed two things. The first thing was that the memories he could not summon were truly gone, instead of being simply unavailable. That gave him a sense of bitter melancholy. The second thing he learned was that the formless shadow of the vile thieving bird's spawn was gone as well. Just as he had suspected, the loathsome creature had claimed its odious chick. A year had already passed, and he was still in the Hollow Mountains. He had celebrated his 22nd birthday in a tiny cave on the side of a misty mountain. Sunny felt thankful to the onyx mantle and the puppeteer's shroud. If not for the fact that both of his armors could repair themselves, he would have been wearing rags. He was also thankful to the endless spring. Because of Cassia's gift, he was not only able to quench his thirst whenever he wanted, but also wash himself regularly. Otherwise, every creature in the region would have probably detected his stench. He was also thankful to Boneweave and his transcendent teeth. Most of the provisions he had stored in the covetous coffer were long gone, so his diet consisted predominantly of the meat harvested from the great nightmare creatures slain by him. It tasted heavenly, but chewing it often was something only saints would be able to do. A few months after gaining access to the Soul Sea, Sunny successfully turned the covetous coffer into a flawed echo. Waste of essence. The Avatar grinned. I might be a waste of essence, but you're the one wasting essence to have a conversation with yourself, fool. Sunny widened his eyes. What conversation? It's a quarrel with myself. Get your facts straight, idiot. The Avatar did not answer immediately, instead turning his head this way and that. Eventually, he asked, Say, don't you think that the mist has been strangely thin recently? I can almost see the next mountain. Sunny scoffed. That's just how it is. But then, he fell silent, because at that moment, Sunny fully realized that he was right. The mist was indeed too thin. It was thinner than ever before, even. He lingered for a moment, then dismissed the Avatar, wrapped the shadow around his body, and hurried his steps. He recalled the scouting shadows too, augmenting his body further. Can it be? No. Really? Can it? The world was slowly turning darker. It can! Sunny forced himself to remain calm and alert, moving forward as fast as he could while remaining cautious. Half a day later, he climbed a tall peak and looked ahead, staggering slightly at the sight. He did not even register at first what he was looking at. The only thing he cared about was that he could see anything at all. Out there, in front of him, there was no mist. Instead, there was a vast and desolate expanse of flat land, a land shrouded in eternal darkness with a starless void looming above it as a black sky. Sunny inhaled deeply. No way. After all these years, he had returned to the Forgotten Shore. The desolate expanse of the Forgotten Shore lay in front of Sunny, shrouded in darkness. The black sky was vast and empty. There were no stars, no moon, and no sun populating the lightless abyss, making it seem boundless. Faced with the hollow eternity of its unfathomable grandeur, Sunny couldn't help but feel indescribably small. Below the black sky, a barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. The Forgotten Shore had changed, becoming almost unrecognizable. The terror of the spire, nameless sun, was dead, and the endless sea of crimson coral that had been born from her was gone as well, replaced by ashen dust. The darkness shrouding the desolate expanse was absolute, but it was merely the absence of light, not the true darkness that dwelt in the abyss of the underworld. Therefore, Sunny's gaze could pierce its veil without restraint. The Forgotten Shore had become a land of shadows. His bloodless lips twisted into a pale smile. "I'm back." It took him a few more days to descend from the Hollow Mountains and leave the dark slopes behind, finally setting foot on the Forgotten Shore again. Surrounded by the sea of ashen dust and absolute silence, Sunny remained motionless for a while, gazing into the distance with a strange expression on his bruised face. The lack of light, the lack of sound, the lack of life. How peaceful. It was a land of death. He walked a few steps forward, and then staggered, falling to his knees. His hands drowned in the dust, and his breathing had become labored, hoarse whistles escaping from his mouth each time his chest rose and fell. Sunny was suffocating. It was not for the lack of air, but simply because both his mind and body were in turmoil. He was having a strange semblance of a panic attack, caused by the fact that there was no mist around him anymore. There was no nothingness, and therefore, Sunny didn't have to struggle to remain existing anymore. He had grown so accustomed to that constant necessity, though, that its lack was like a powerful shock. Everything around him was so solid and immutable, so tactile and palpable. Everything was something. Wasn't that bizarre? As it turned out, it was possible to experience a panic attack from the sense of relief. That feeling was so powerful that it debilitated Sunny completely, making him unable to think, move, or control himself. He remained on his knees for a few moments, and then sprawled in the dust. It's so calm. Very soon, he curled into a ball and peacefully fell asleep. It was strange. Sunny vividly remembered the long journey back to the Dark City that he and the members of the cohort had made after visiting the Hollow Mountains. Back then, it had been an endless battle for survival. The Crimson Labyrinth had been teeming with all kinds of vile nightmare creatures, and all those creatures had wanted to taste their blood. But now, the nightmare creatures were gone, annihilated by the merciless sun. The Crimson Labyrinth was gone too, its demise caused by the destruction of the sun. The coral maze had withered in the absence of its source and crumbled into dust. Now there was no one to lunge at Sunny from the darkness. There was nothing but death and desolation around him. Silence and peace. He rode Nightmare north at a mild pace, not in a hurry to reach his destination. Rocking gently in the saddle, Sunny sipped water from the endless spring and looked around, his gaze full of placid curiosity. I think I recognize that place. No. Do I? It was hard to orient himself in the sea of dust. There were a few landmarks that Sunny would have recognized, but he entered the Forgotten Shore in a different spot from where the cohort had gone. His route was entirely different, and he could have been hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away from the places that the cohort had visited. Well, it did not matter. If Sunny wanted to, he could spend the rest of his life here. He would find what he was searching for eventually. No, actually, that was not quite right. Since there were very few nightmare creatures on the Forgotten Shore now, if any, his supplies would run out eventually. So his time was limited after all. Sunny's laughter rang in the tranquil silence.
Gods, never thought I'd have such a problem.
There were not enough abominations around. Such a travesty. Wasn't that ironic? Sunny traveled on horseback for a few days, then turned into a crow and flew into the boundless black sky, drifting on the winds. He soared above the sea of ash and dust and made his way north while observing the desolate land for any familiar landmarks. No monster lunged at him from the dust or from the black abyss above. This land, which had become synonymous with dread and danger in his mind, was now strangely peaceful. It seemed safer than even the waking world, let alone other regions of the dream realm. Sunny opened his beak and let out a few piercing caws, laughing at the irony.
It would be funny if it wasn't so sad.
After flying above the barren wasteland for a few more days, he found what he was looking for: the ruins of the Crimson Spire. The Crimson Spire, which had been a symbol of both oppression and salvation for the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore, was no more. Sunny had witnessed the beginnings of its destruction all those years ago, but it was sent away by Nephis before the Cyclopean structure collapsed. Looking at the mountain of shattered black stone that towered above the sea of dust like a titanic gravestone, he wondered how she had escaped the cataclysmic collapse. It must have been hard to escape that disaster. It must have been even harder still to survive the long journey across the desolate Forgotten Shore, traverse the Nightmare Desert, enter the underworld, and conquer the second nightmare. He had always known how hard it would have been for a mere sleeper, but only after spending close to 2 years in solitude did Sunny realize how taxing it must have been on Nephis's mind. Escaping the collapsing spire had probably been the easiest part of her ordeals. Sunny gazed upon the vast ruin from the sky, then plummeted down and turned into a human. Walking across the dust, he fell into a solemn mood. Soon, something crunched under the boot of the onyx mantle. He hesitated for a moment, then kneeled and brushed the dust away. Below it, a monstrous skull was revealed. Sunny stared at it for a while, then rose and looked around. He could discern more bones on the ground around him, all covered by a thick layer of dust. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. It's here. He was on the edges of the battlefield where the Dreamer army had fought against the horde of nightmare creatures. There, in the distance, stood the broken remains of the siege engines that Kai had commanded. Not too far away, Effie had held the line against the flood of abominations, her soldiers dying one by one, until nobody was left. Behind that place was the spot where the Dreamer army had made its last stand, the rising water already reaching their knees. Sunny knew exactly how many sleepers had come to siege the Crimson Spire. He also knew how many of them had survived. So it wasn't difficult to calculate how many human skulls lay here, buried in the ashen dust. He remained silent for a while, and then said quietly, "Your nightmare is over." Sighing deeply, he continued on his way to the bridge that led to the island where the spire had once stood. The bridge itself had long collapsed, destroyed by the falling debris. Once upon a time, Sunny had used the Dark Wing and Saint's strength to bridge the wide divide. Today, however, he simply disappeared from the spot and appeared on the other side a moment later. All it took was a single step. Clad in an onyx armor, with his raven black hair dancing in the wind, Sunny walked across the rubble and then froze in place, a subtle expression of astonishment appearing on his alabaster face. His eyes widened slightly. Well, this is a surprise. Out there, in front of him, a stone colossus was kneeling on the ground, unmoving. Sunny recognized him instantly. The weathered surface of the ancient stone, the small cracks and fissures where countless abominations had assaulted the giants since ancient times. After wandering the forgotten shore for thousands of years, the statue of the builder had finally come to rest. Of course, his head was still missing. The giant hammer that had once struck down the harrowing depth dweller lay in the rubble to the side, forgotten and abandoned. The colossus was still motionless, its back turned to Sunny. Inhaling deeply, he walked around the gargantuan statue and faced it. For a while, there was only silence. In front of the kneeling colossus, 6 stone heads lay in the rubble, staring blindly at the empty space where the gates of the Crimson Spire had once been. The Lord, the Priestess, the Hunter, the Slayer, the Knight, the Stranger. The 7th head, the Builder's head, was held gently in the statue's hands. However, somewhere deep, deep below, he seemed to have sensed the presence of 7 abyssal nodes, where the corruption was even denser. His suspicion had been right. The dark sea of the forgotten shore was indeed a living being, a great titan. Before, the mere thought of a great titan would have caused him to fall to his knees in terror. But after witnessing one dying miserably in the white mist, Sunny remained unmoved. He even felt a strange, daring compulsion to dive into the black waters. Why not? He had bathed in them before. Back then, the dark sea paid him no attention. Would it be different now that he was a saint, possessing a transcendent soul that would be much more nourishing for a being such as this? What would he find in the depths of the ancient sea of corruption? What mysteries were hidden in the unfathomable black waters? Should I find out? The temptation was strong. He reached toward the dark pool, tantalized by its lightless expanse. But then, he stopped. Sunny remained motionless for a while, struggling against the sense of dark wonder. Then, he slowly, laboriously, pulled his hand back. What the hell am I doing? He wanted to dive into the dark sea. Back then, he was merely a sleeper, a powerless, pathetic, dormant beast. But now, he was a transcendent terror, and carried a cohort of fearsome shadows in his soul. Although his mind was telling him to be cautious, his heart recklessly believed that he could survive the depths of the great titan. Maybe he would even be able to destroy it. Why not? What would he lose if he actually died in the vast darkness? There was nothing to lose. Only, there was, now. If he had reached the ruin of the Crimson Spire before promising to be Rain's teacher, Sunny might have risked it. But now, things were different. She might not have remembered him, but he remembered her. He also remembered himself. Shaking his head, Sunny took a step back. I am such an idiot. It didn't even matter if he could survive in the embrace of the dark sea. What mattered more was that the great titan had been sealed by his own hand, and none of the nightmare creatures that dwelled in the black water were able to escape that seal. So if Sunny did dive into the black pool, he wouldn't be able to escape it either. Wouldn't it be funny to be imprisoned by the seal he himself had put in place? Smiling darkly, Sunny looked at the still water and sighed. If I ever become powerful enough to break the seal, maybe then we'll meet again. The black pool rippled, as if acknowledging his promise. Suddenly unnerved, Sunny took another step back and silently dissolved into the shadows. In the past, it had taken the Dreamer Army many days of an arduous march to reach the Crimson Spire from the Dark City. Now, however, Sunny could traverse that distance in less than a minute. He was not in a hurry to leave, though. Leaving the towering mountain of rubble behind, he crossed the broken bridge and returned to the ashen wasteland. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and leaned down to brush the dust off the old bones. In the end, it took him almost a week to find the remains of every sleeper that had perished in the battle for the Crimson Spire. There were 400 of them after all, and he had to be careful not to damage the brittle bones, so it took some time. He placed them together on the ground, and then used the jagged slabs of black stone from the ruins of the Gargantuan Tower to construct a stone barrow above the mass grave. It was a little fitting to lay these young men and women to rest under the broken remains of the Crimson Spire, which they had lain down their lives to conquer. Sunny also collected the remains of every nightmare creature that had fallen in battle and piled them onto each other to the side of the barrow. The mountain of hideous bones towered above the stone grave, dwarfing it entirely in size, a poignant testament to how fearsome the dreamers of the Dark City had been, and how valiantly they had fought. He stood in front of the barrow for some time, then sighed. "We were tough bastards, weren't we? You guys rest easy now. The others are doing well. Most of them still follow Nephis, but they are masters now. The remaining handmaidens will ascend before too long as well. Seishan is taking good care of them. Oh, Effie and Kai are already saints. There are a few independents like myself out there too. We all escaped." Sunny didn't know why he was saying that. His words rang hollow. He wasn't a big fan of speaking to the dead to begin with. What was the point? Shaking his head, he approached the barrow and carved a few runes into the surface of the black stone. The runes read, "Here lie those who extinguish the sun, dreamers of the Dark City. Sleep well. Your nightmare is over." Stepping back from the slab of black stone with a heavy heart, Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and turned away. Walking across the sea of ash and dust, he summoned Nightmare and jumped into the saddle. His voice sounded rough when he urged the stallion forward and said, "Let's get out of here." There were a lot of hideous remains on the ruined streets. Most of them showed no sign of having received a wound, since their souls had been annihilated by the Crimson Terror. But some bones had nicks and deep cracks on them. Others were scorched by flame. Nephis. She must have come here after escaping the Crimson Spire and hunted the remaining abominations down, one after another, to build another core and harvest their meat for the long journey ahead. A faint smile twisted his lips. She's so thorough. With the mystery solved, he wandered the ruins more and eventually made his way to the remains of the Bright Castle. The ancient stronghold had collapsed, the white marble melted by the terrible heat of the white flames. He did not know why he wanted to see the scorched ruin. So many things had happened here, between the castle's walls, but now it was all erased by the fire, just like him. Chuckling, Sunny shook his head and wandered the remains of the outer settlement for a bit. He kicked stones and remembered the past, then stopped by the lodge where Nephis and Cassia had once lived. Now it was empty and quiet. After visiting his old room, he left the outer settlement and descended back into the city. Finally, Sunny reached the ruined cathedral. He entered the majestic great hall, climbed over the toppled column that Saint had once dropped on the Black Night, and gazed at the statue of the nameless goddess. He studied her face for a while, then stepped through the shadows and appeared on the hidden balcony behind it. Soon he entered a familiar chamber. The living quarters of the young priestess were neat and tidy, just as he had left them. The room was beautiful and spacious. The stone walls were engraved with intricate patterns, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and elegance. The furniture was made out of pale polished wood, with several mismatched pieces that Sunny had scavenged from the Dark City once. He was surrounded by a soothing darkness. The chamber had no windows, but there were light wells cunningly hidden here and there. The ingenious system of mirrors that was supposed to bathe the room in sunlight was long destroyed, though, and so was the sun itself. Sunny closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Then he recalled the onyx mantle, walked over to the spacious bed, sprawled on it, and fell asleep with a satisfied smile. Sleeping in his own bed felt really great. Sonny had had many beds throughout the years. He had one in his temporary room at the academy, one in the bedroom of his house, the luxurious sleeping pod he had purchased after becoming an awakened, a flimsy cot in the sanctuary of Noctis, and even the wide sleeping shelf at the back of the Rhino, among others. But out of all of them, this bed of pale polished wood, which had once belonged to the priestess of the ruined cathedral, held a special place in his heart. Perhaps because this dark chamber was the first place he had considered home, and this bed was the first he had considered his. Even though the time Sonny had spent living alone in the dark city was one of the bleakest pages of his life, he remembered it with a special fondness. Waking up pleasantly refreshed, he smiled, yawned, and climbed out of the bed. Looking around the spacious chamber, Sonny remembered his days here. Things had been so simple back then. He walked around for a while, briefly touching various pieces of furniture, and then stopped in front of a bare wall. There, countless scratches had been left by the tip of the prowling thorn, counting the days he had spent here. Below them, the word sunless was carved in the stone with 2 runes. A sad smile appeared on Sonny's face. Back then, he had wanted to leave proof of him having lived, struggled, and suffered in the dark city on the stone wall, a mark of his existence. Who knew that the mark he had left would become meaningless one day? His own actions made it so that nobody could remember him, even if he scratched his name into the stone 1,000 times. Sonny chuckled, then outstretched a hand and used his nail to leave one more scratch on the wall. He had spent another day here after all. Then he looked around, studying the interior of the dark chamber. The thought of leaving it all behind once again made him sad. But then, did he really have to leave it? Slowly, a dark grin twisted his lips.
Why don't I take it all with me? What a great idea!
He needed to decorate the marvelous mimic anyway. Summoning the shadow, he commanded it to turn into an enormous wardrobe and opened its doors wide, paying no attention to the rows of terrifying fangs hidden behind them. Inside was the cold darkness of the vast dimensional storage.
Shall we start?
Smiling happily, Sonny went about loading the beautiful furniture made of pale polished wood into the mimic. The bed, the desk, the intricate lectern. He didn't even spare the garbs and vestments of the young priestess, which Effie had once mocked him about. These beautiful clothes were made from fine fabric and masterfully tailored. More than that, they had remained in pristine condition despite thousands of years of neglect. Sonny would be mad to leave behind something like that. By the time he was done, the spacious chamber was entirely barren, as if robbed by an extremely greedy thief. The greedy thief in question, meanwhile, looked at the intricately engraved stone walls, feeling regretful that he couldn't take the engravings with him. Eventually, he sighed and shook his head. Closing the doors of the marvelous mimic, he dismissed the shadow and left the living quarters.
And the daemons have fallen. The Forgotten One comes, wide awake, to consume them.
The rest were illegible. Sonny shivered.
No. Wait.
What did it mean? They had opened the gates? Who had opened them? And which gates? Not the gates of the void, surely. That was impossible. If the gates had already been opened and the forgotten god had already escaped from the void, wide awake, then there would have been no existence left. Everything would have been consumed by corruption, but it wasn't yet, which meant that he was still asleep, seeing nightmares. And yet, the runes clearly stated that someone had indeed unleashed the god of corruption. Not only that, but Weaver had even foretold that they would.
Gods lay dead, and the daemons have fallen.
Was that the answer to the question that had been tormenting Sonny? The question of who had won the Doom War? According to these runes, no one had. Both sides had been annihilated? How could that be? Had it been mutual destruction? Or had someone killed them all? If neither side had won, then who had? Suddenly, a chill ran down Sonny's spine. He looked down at the familiar string of runes written in a different script from the rest of them. "Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god." He suddenly had an ominous feeling. Everyone assumed that there had been two sides in the war between the gods and the daemons, but was that really true? After all, there had been one deity that had refused to participate, standing in opposition to both the gods and the daemons, the demon of fate. So, if both sides had been annihilated, then wouldn't it mean that there was only Weaver left? Sunny suddenly remembered the description of Boneweave. When children of the forgotten god rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did until it was too late. Until it was too late. Unnerved, Sunny took a deep breath. What the hell did Weaver do? Sunny left the underground cell in a complicated mood. To be honest, he was a little rattled. Weaver said that they would open the gates. Who were the they Weaver had spoken about? The gods? The daemons? Or someone else entirely? There was one thing that made Sunny restless. It was the fact that no one knew who Weaver was. So the nebulous daemon was never referred to as he or she. Instead, the spell used the neutral they to describe the demon of fate. So, had it been Weaver who unsealed the void, perhaps? That did not make a lot of sense, though, since the runes described something that the elusive daemon had said, so it would have been, "I will open the gates," not "they will," unless Weaver had a habit of referring to themselves in the third person. There was the issue of the runic language itself as well, which did not necessarily follow the same pronounced conventions as the human language did. The runes written by the prisoner of the ruined cathedral did not hint that Weaver had been speaking about themselves until it was too late. What did the description of Boneweave mean exactly? If Sunny knew one thing, it was that Weaver had been the most frightening of deities. Despite not being the most powerful, he did not trust the devious demon of fate one bit. Shaking his head, he walked over to the stone stairs, but then halted and remained motionless for a while. Walking back, he stopped in front of the cell once more. Summoning the covetous coffer, Sunny violently tore the massive steel door off its hinges and tossed it into the wardrobe's terrifying maw. Then, he pulled one of the torches from its slot and carried it away, seemingly unperturbed by the ghostly flame. A person who had been tossed away by the world had to be practical. Why leave good things behind? Sunny spent a few more days in the Dark City, exploring the ruins curiously. Before, he had been limited in where he could go and what he could see. There had been nightmare creatures everywhere, and his power had been woefully insufficient to walk around freely. But now, Sunny was powerful enough to cleanse the entire Dark City in a matter of hours. Sadly, all the abominations he had not been able to hunt down were already dead, slain either by the Crimson Terror or Nephis. The unfinished statue of the stranger was far to the south, on the precipice of the underworld. Sunny hesitated for a while, but eventually decided to skip that one. He did not want to go anywhere near the Hollow Mountains anytime soon, or preferably ever. That only left the Statue of the Night, which ironically was where he had spent his first night on the Forgotten Shore. Smiling faintly, Sunny summoned Nightmare and sent the Dark Destroyer over the edge of the colossal crater. He had crossed the crater on a makeshift boat made from demon bones the last time around. This time, the Dark Sea was gone, and the terrible wound left on the Forgotten Shore by the fall of the Radiant Being could be traversed on foot. Sunny was curious to see what was hidden at its bottom, so he took his time exploring it at a leisurely pace. He had found many hideous bones, but nothing that ignited his interest. Closer to the center of the crater, the ground had turned into black glass, and at its very heart, a round hole led into the depths of the earth. That must have been where the Dark Sea had come from at night, and where it had retreated to at dawn. He stared into the darkness for a while. There must be several cavernous hollows below the Forgotten Shore, right? All that water had to go somewhere, unless it spilled directly into some other hellish realm. If there were such a hollow, the entrance to one of them would be right in front of him, and with the dark sea gone, it would be empty. The idea of climbing down and spending a few months exploring the underground caverns seemed rather attractive. What kind of derelicts would he find there? But eventually, Sonny decided against it. He was sure that the Great Cavern, if it truly existed, would be incredibly dirty. Plus, he had already been wandering the Forgotten Shore for a while. Visiting the statues was taking longer than Sonny had expected, mostly because he was taking his sweet time and exploring many interesting places on the way. Now that the labyrinth of crimson coral was gone, many things had been revealed from beneath it. Old ruins, ancient bones, all too damaged to provide him with any useful knowledge, but still fascinating. In any case, a lot of time had passed. His birthday, when was it? Sonny counted the months and realized that it was almost upon him. He had celebrated the previous one sometime during the hellish trek over the Hollow Mountains, so he did not want to celebrate another one in a musty cave, and he had an appointment. Looking east, Sonny smiled darkly. There was a reason he had carried a creepy torch with him all the way from the Dark City. He had a promise to keep and a debt to repay. A long time ago, Sonny had made a promise to himself, a promise to come back and destroy the soul-devouring tree one day. Now, many years later, he was here to fulfill that promise. He had been descending into the colossal crater for a while, but now that its heart was behind him, the ground was slowly starting to slope upward. Sonny rode Nightmare with a cold expression on his face, holding the ghostly torch in his hand. The light of the eerie flame reflected from the polished surface of his armor and danced wildly in his onyx eyes. It took some time to traverse the crater, but eventually, Sonny saw it. The branches of a great tree covering the black sky. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It lives. He had a feeling that it would. Sonny had changed greatly since leaving the Ashen Barrow. The Soul Devourer had changed as well. The insidious fiend had already been enormous back then, but now it had grown even taller, reaching into the black sky with its obsidian branches. This tree towered above the sea of ashen dust like a majestic mountain. Its bark was as black as the lightless sky, while its leaves were as red as blood. Of course, Sonny could not really see color in the darkness, but he remembered their crimson splendor vividly. The crimson crown of the magnificent tree had used to cover the Ashen Barrow in its shade, but it was much richer and more expansive now, reaching far into the crater. That thing has evolved. Sonny sighed. It was understandable. Since the Soul Devourer had managed to survive the rays of the annihilating sun, it would have been left with no competitor on the Forgotten Shore. The Crimson Terror was gone, and so was the Dark Sea. The other powerful abominations like the Lord of the Dead had been slain by the sleepers of the Dark City. The insidious fiend growing on the Ashen Barrow would have used the vacuum to enhance its power. Sonny shifted his gaze, looking beneath the obsidian bark. Then a sad chuckle escaped from his lips. A fallen terror. He was more or less sure that the Soul Devourer had been an awakened terror before. It seemed to have risen to a higher rank, or rather, fallen to a lower one. Sonny wasn't sure what the correct wording would be for a nightmare creature. He did feel a certain sense of disappointment, though. He had been so terrified of that thing once, but now it seemed so weak and insignificant. Dismissing Nightmare, Sonny landed on the ground, then walked up the slope of the crater, the ghostly light of the torch illuminating his way. From the Ashen Barrow, he must have looked like a small mote of light in the ocean of darkness, drawing closer and closer, growing brighter and more chilling. Sonny might have been illuminated by the pale flame, but his presence drowned the area in deathly cold. Outside the small circle of light, the absolute darkness seemed to become even deeper, darker, and more impenetrable. He heard the leaves of the magnificent tree rustle in the wind, their murmur seemingly anxious. It was as though the rustling leaves were saying, the roaring of the fire, the hiss of leaves being turned to ash, the crackling of dying wood. All of them fused into a chilling litany of pain, as if 10,000 souls were shrieking at the sky in agony. It was incredibly disturbing. Sonny almost felt as if he was really hearing the ancient tree scream. It screamed for a long, long time. The Soul Devourer was huge, so it took a while for it to burn down. The beautiful crimson leaves had turned to ash. The branches did too, falling down in a whirlwind of sparks. The delectable juicy fruits were ruthlessly incinerated. The trunk had taken a few days to die, but it eventually turned into a scorched, broken, hollow husk. It was only when the roots died that Sonny felt nothing. He didn't feel anything at all. He was of a higher rank than the Soul Devourer now, and so killing the insidious fiend did not even give him a single shadow fragment. A few days later, Sonny was still sitting on the ground, looking at the smoldering remains of the great tree. He could feel that the creature was dead. He thought that exacting his revenge on the Soul Devourer would bring him joy, but it didn't. If anything, Sonny felt sad. Such a death was almost humiliating. It was unworthy of the creature that had haunted his nightmares for so long. He never wanted to humiliate an enemy that had earned his respect. When have I become so strong? He wasn't sure. He wasn't that strong either, but he did outpace most of the things in two worlds, as far as the acquisition of power was concerned. Finally, Sonny stood up, summoned the Endless Spring, and washed the ash off his face. The Soul Devourer was no more. And so, that is done. Now what? There. He had kept his promise. Somewhere in Ravenheart, the sun was rising, which meant that Sonny was 24 now. It was his birthday. Sonny stared at the ghostly torch, which looked like it was on its last leg. With a sigh, he walked around and collected a few pieces of charred wood. Then he used the last of the eerie flame to make a fire. Summoning the marvelous mimic, he pulled an alloy pot from its maw, as well as a tin can. The tin can contained his last spoonful of coffee powder. Pouring the coffee into the pot, he filled it with water from the Endless Spring and placed it on the fire. A few moments later, a delicious smell spread in the air. Sonny summoned the shadow chair, sat on it, and waited for the coffee to be ready. Then he brought the pot to his face and inhaled the fragrant aroma. He remained silent for a while, and then smiled. Birthday to me. Relaxing in an opulent chair that stood on top of a tall hill, surrounded by boundless darkness, Sonny sipped his coffee and enjoyed the view of fiery sparks dancing in the boundless black sky. The last memory Cassia saw was of the mad saint climbing the statue of the night. She knew that he could have reached the top in one step or turned into a crow to fly there, but for some reason, the Lord of Shadow chose to climb the great height of the beheaded Colossus like a mundane human, one handhold at a time. In the end, he sprawled on the severed neck of the statue and stared at the black sky with a detached expression on his pale, handsome face. That was where the memory ended, this time. It was almost too much for her to handle, making Cassia feel dizzy. Reading someone's memories wasn't like reading a book or watching a video. She perceived things the way people remembered them, a chaotic mixture of images, sounds, smells, sensations, thoughts, and emotions. More than that, memories were often unreliable and tended to twist the truth a lot. There was no solid concept of time in the memories of most people either. It was warped and twisted in accordance with how significant the event had been for them, or sometimes for no reason at all. A single minute could span an eternity, while entire years could leave close to no trace in a person's memory. Usually, if Cassia wanted to uncover the truth, she had to gently, or not so gently, lead the man or woman looking into her eyes toward it. Very few people were truly in control of their memories after all, so she had to guide them patiently. Often, they themselves were surprised to remember the details of certain events in their lives. It had taken her a long time to teach herself how to navigate human memories. Eventually, though, Cassia had become a master of perceiving them. But her hands were tied with the Lord of Shadows, because he was the one choosing what to show her. His memory was incredibly sharp, but the way he perceived the world and remembered things was entirely too strange. On top of that, Cassia's own memory was incapable of retaining many of the things he remembered feeling, witnessing, or thinking about. It was a proper mess, but still, she managed to learn a lot from what he had shown her today. Cassia looked at the Lord of Shadows with a complicated expression. At first, he had shown her the Ivory Island. Knowing that he had been anchored there as a master was already a precious piece of knowledge. She knew that he had not been a firekeeper from his service in the First Evacuation Army, so combining these two facts sent Cassia's mind into overdrive, countless theories spawning each moment. What had been his connection to her in Nephis? Soon, however, she couldn't help but pause as a cold shiver ran down her spine. That was because she saw herself in his memories. The mysterious man had been so close, he could have reached out of the shadows and put his hand on her shoulder, or drive a knife through her heart, and she had not sensed anything. That was both an eerie and frightening thing to learn.
He was right there, in my shadow.
She paled. The Lord of Shadows had come to the Ebony Tower to study the runes left behind by the Demon of Choice. Cassia had read them as well. Very few people in the world were capable of knowing the truth of what was written on the walls of the Ebony Tower. Few enough that they could be counted on one hand, perhaps, and the Lord of Shadows, it seemed, was one of them. Shadow God was the god of mysteries as well, after all. So, in a sense, it was only fitting for the Saint of Shadow to be privy to the forgotten knowledge about the forgotten god. Had Cassia herself taught him the truth? She cried when the Lord of Shadows built a grave for the fallen Dreamer army. She smiled sadly when he explored the molten ruins of the Bright Castle. She was curious to see the runes for Sunless carved into the wall of the ruined cathedral.
Is that actually his real name?
Whose name? What had she been thinking about? She was shocked when he descended into the secret cell under the cathedral and read the ominous words written on its floor.
Weaver.
When the Lord of Shadows started his tour of the giant statues, Cassia was finally illuminated.
That arch. He was actually with us during the expedition to reclaim the Dawn Shard.
So their connection had been that deep, but it was only at the very end that Cassia's eyes widened, and she gasped in shock. The memory of the soul-devouring tree burning was incredibly vivid. Her entire body trembled.
From the beginning. He was with us from the very beginning.
The Lord of Shadows was not a hunter from the outer settlement. He wasn't from the Bright Castle either. He wasn't even just a sleeper from the same year as them. He was someone who had accompanied Cassia and Nephis from their very first steps on the Forgotten Shore. The two of them had been the three of them all along. It was just that they had forgotten. Suddenly, Cassia felt a sharp pain pierce her heart. She felt as though something so precious that it couldn't be described with words had been taken from her. And with that, Cassia finally closed her eyes, breaking the contact between her and the Lord of Shadows. With Sunless, Sunny, there were so many details in the avalanche of memories he had shown her, so many hints and clues. It would take her weeks to slowly digest and contemplate all of them, then build her knowledge based on the new understanding. But right now, Cassia did not care to do so, and was incapable of doing so either. All she cared about was the feeling of loss, the bittersweet emptiness, and the faint hope of finding what they had lost once again. Sunny returned to the brilliant Emporium as the sun was rising above the eastern horizon. If someone had seen him coming back home at the break of dawn, they would have probably assumed that he had spent the night elsewhere and, with someone else, engaging in revelry. Of course,
Being mistaken for a philanderer would have been the least of his problems. Many people already considered him a lecher anyway. It was better to be seen as a profligate than as someone who had a habit of sneaking into the forbidden parts of the royal castle at night. No, wait. What does it sound so wrong? In any case, his goodbyes with Cassia had felt a little hurried. She had seemed to be a little dazed and a little rattled, acting strangely around him. Well, it was not surprising. Sunny doubted that she had expected him to dump 2 years' worth of memories into her head in the span of a few hours, but he had no other choice. Initially, Sunny had wanted to share his memories with Cassia little by little, but the war was approaching faster than he had expected, and so he needed her to trust him sooner. With what he had shown her this time, she would be able to figure out many things. Most importantly, she would understand that he had been a companion to her and Nephis for a very, very long time, even if their relationship had been turbulent and rocky for most of that time. Knowing that, she would lower her guard around him more. She would also advise Nephis to trust him better. Well, and the things Sunny, as the humble shopkeeper, might do in the future would not look as outrageous. Which wasn't to say that he was planning on doing something outrageous, of course, but he had also not planned on participating in scandalous duels and being publicly embraced by Nephis because of a candy wrapper. So, things just sort of happened when Sunny was around her. He could put a leash on his emotions and control himself better, but he didn't want to. So many things to do. Entering the brilliant emporium, Sunny yawned, stumbled sleepily to his bed, the very same bed he had taken from the hidden chamber of the ruined cathedral, fell on it, and closed his eyes blissfully. At the same time, his avatar in the basement of the marvelous mimic looked up in disbelief. No way. They had so many things to do and the original body decided to just go to sleep? Sunny couldn't believe himself. Shaking his head, he sighed and continued poring over his notes. There was indeed a lot to do. He was preparing memories for Rain, developing a design of the soul sword for Nephis. Oh, and by the way, today was the day they were supposed to go on an outing to feed the rumors. As if he was not suffering enough from the rumors already. Despite that, Sunny was looking forward to their date, even if it was a fake one. Before that, however, firstly, he was determined to finally accomplish something that he had been trying to do for a long time, recreate the unseen enchantment of the Moonlight Shard, which allowed the ghostly stiletto to appear instantly in his hand without any delay between the summoning and the manifestation. There would need to be an enchantment that augmented the resilience and lethality of the Soul Blade as well. Beyond that, however, there was too much to choose from. The Shapeshifter, Light Eater, and Ghost Blade enchantments of the Cruel Sight, the Death Dealer enchantment of Morgan's Warbow, the Burning Heart and Cold Steel enchantments of the Patient Avenger, and so much more. Worse still, Sunny felt that simply recreating past enchantments was not enough for the soulbound sword he was going to forge for Nephis. That sword would be a watershed moment in his development as a sorcerer, without a doubt, as well as the mold for the future memories Sunny would craft for himself. So, wouldn't it only be suitable for him to fully take a step forward and design unique enchantments of his own? There was a lot to consider. It was a little premature to be considering these things, however, because Sunny had not been coy when he made the deal with Nephis. He really needed to learn how she fought these days to be able to tailor a perfect weapon for her. He had to observe her battle art, her true battle art, not the facsimile she had designed to fool the members of the great clan Valor. And there was so little time left before the war. Suddenly somber, Sunny looked around the brilliant emporium. The sword domain had barely had 4 years' peace after the disastrous chain of nightmares. People were just starting to settle into their new lives, working together to help their kingdom develop. But soon, everything would descend into chaos once again. What would happen to his shop then? Would he even be able to keep it open? The restaurant side of the business would suffer the most, no doubt. With a war going on, people would not be in the mood to enjoy delicacies, and neither would they have spare coins to spend. Getting supplies would become a problem, and small private establishments like his would certainly be at the end of the line. The memory boutique would not fare well either. Sunny sighed. Well, the war is not started yet. There's still time. And speaking of time, he opened his eyes and reluctantly rolled out of bed. Sunny had not quite gotten his beauty sleep yet, but there was no time to waste. He had to get ready. The morning was in full swing, which meant that Nephis would be arriving soon. It was time for their date. Fake date? So what? He was excited. The first customers arrived and the Avatar got busy in the kitchen. Sunny, however, remained on the porch, enjoying the fresh air with a leisurely smile on his lips. The lively noises of the city filled the air like a bright melody. At some point, the door opened, and Eiko walked out, dressed in a smart business suit and wearing a leather messenger bag over her shoulder. The petite girl yawned, stretched her arms, and mumbled,
I'm off to the castle, boss.
Sunny looked at her with a good-natured smile. You're delivering memories, you know. What's up with the bag? Eiko stared at him with indignation.
What do you even know? One has to look the part to make the right impression. That's business essentials.
She glanced at him with suspicion.
And speaking of looking the part, you seem a bit different today, boss. What is that? You style your hair?
Sunny blinked. I did not. Eiko gave him a sarcastic nod.
Uh-huh. Sure.
With that, she grinned and hurried away.
Have fun with Princess Nephis, boss. Perform well. We're raking in real money here, so don't screw it up for us.
The petite girl used her aspect to skate on the cobblestones and disappeared behind a corner in the blink of an eye. Sunny was left standing on the porch, flabbergasted. What? What does she mean, perform well? I always perform well. Wait, that did not sound right. Just at that moment, he felt the familiar presence illuminate the world. Sunny did not have to look to know that Nephis was close. There was a rustle of feathers, and then a slender silhouette was standing. Her wings had already disappeared, and only a beautiful halo remained, fading slowly as it contoured her figure. Nephis was wearing white clothes, her silver hair held down by the crown of dawn. Sunny, dressed in black as usual, froze on the spot. Get comfortable, Master Sunless. I'll be with you shortly. Sunny nodded and went to the courtyard of the Martial Hall, which was fashioned into a sand arena. Sitting down on the spectator bench, he put the picnic basket down and looked at the sky. It is indeed a nice day. Soon, having changed into a set of training clothes which looked quite flattering on her, despite not being designed for that purpose, Nephis walked into the arena, picking up an alloy sword from the stand. She swung it a couple of times, nodded in satisfaction, and looked at Sunny. I'll begin then. He nodded. I'll be watching. Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked away and coughed. Watch well. With that, she began a set of training exercises. Although slow and weak by transcendent measures, they were nevertheless full of powerful intent. It was as though Nephis was performing a sword dance, fighting a duel against her shadow. For a moment, the image of her dancing with the sword fused with his memories of the Black Island, where the two of them had spent a blissful month during the third nightmare. Sunny had been mesmerized by her practicing swordsmanship back then, as well. Her technique had changed tremendously since the nightmare, though. It was still flowing, versatile, and unpredictable, but had become both different and much more complete. What Nephis was showing him today was her true battle art, one that she kept hidden from everyone else. There was no enemy for her to fight, and no environment for her to unleash her aspect, but Sunny could still infer many things from watching these simple katas. There was one problem, though. He was having trouble concentrating on the movements of her sword. Instead, his eyes could not help but follow the movements of her body, its graceful lines contoured by the light fabric of the training suit, the smoothness of her steps, the supple beauty of her form. The beads of sweat glistened on her alabaster skin, I'm in trouble. Sonny used all of his self-control to keep his face neutral. He was under terrible strain. Worst of all, the best of all, the day was still young. There were many hours ahead of them. He took a shaky breath. I'm not going to get a nosebleed, am I? He thought to himself. Nephis concentrated on her sword, guiding it with effortless ease. The movements she performed were not particularly fast or taxing, and yet her body was under tremendous strain, beads of sweat forming on her fair skin. Her breathing was controlled, but heavy. That was because she had to infuse her swordsmanship with sincere intent. Without the intent, her display would be meaningless. She would fail to show the essence of her technique to the young enchanter, and he would not be able to forge a suitable blade. She was straining herself, but at the same time, she was enjoying herself. That was because she did not need to think about anything else but the sword in these rare moments of peace. Meeting Master Sunless was not entirely without purpose, but compared to the rest of her endless errands and obligations, it was a respite. Nephis had always been driven and never allowed herself to get distracted from the goal. But that was not because she never wanted to pull it all aside and enjoy some rest. It was simply because she could not allow herself to. Falling behind meant death. And even worse than that, failure. With the war approaching, the pressure on her had only increased even further. It had increased tremendously. There was so much to do, so much to prepare, so much to foresee and assess and consider, and even then, there was so much uncertainty. The uncertainty of it all was the most burdensome, and even with the help of her companions, it was almost overwhelming, because their lives too depended on her. She had pulled them into the maelstrom of ruinous change, and it was up to her to see them safely to the shore, which was why Nephis secretly enjoyed the time she spent with Master Sunless. The charming enchanter was kind, nice, and, if she was honest with herself, quite pleasing to the eye. There was nothing wrong with indulging in stealing glances at him from time to time, of course. Everyone loved beautiful things, after all. She wasn't an exception. But his looks were not as important as the fact that he was far removed from the dreadful matters involving war, bloodshed, and boundless heartbreak. To the sovereigns, the dead gods, and the fate of the world. On the rare occasions she was in his company, Nephis could allow her tired mind to relax and concentrate only on simple things, like wielding her sword. She had always loved swordsmanship, but now, as it turned out, performing it for someone to see was strangely rewarding, especially because Master Sunless always watched her very intently, never missing a single move. Nephis was satisfied. He must really appreciate swordsmanship. Who knew that the gentle enchanter had such a voracious appreciation for combat techniques? It felt good to be appreciated.
Hey, Neph.
Cassia's voice did not distract her from dancing with her sword. Nephis took a step forward and performed a smooth slash, then answered calmly,
Yes. Did something happen?
The response came a few moments later.
No, not really. It's just that, can you do me a favor?
Nephis spun her sword into a flowing chain of swift attacks and couldn't help but notice the enchanter's glistening onyx eyes, which followed her movements attentively.
Sure. What do you need?
But before Cassia could reply, however, Nephis's sword lightly scratched Sunny as she got a little distracted. Her movements instantly stopped and her expression turned worried. Covering half of his face, he looked at her with one eye and forced out a smile.
It's fine, Lady Nephis. I'm tougher than I look. You don't have to worry.
She gritted her teeth.
Still, let me see.
The enchanter lingered for a while, then lowered his hands obediently. Nephis let out a relieved sigh. She was certain that she would see blood, but the alloy blade somehow failed to break skin despite its dire speed. Nevertheless, his cheek and brow were red and swollen, and there would be a serious bruise on his face before too long. Scowling, she took his chin with one hand and gently touched his face with the other.
It's fine. The bone isn't fractured, just a bruise.
Nephis calmed down. In the next moment, however, she realized the position they were in. Master Sunless was sitting, while she was kneeling on the ground beside him. She was holding his face, and they were terribly close to each other. His onyx eyes were right in front of her. looking into hers. They were like deep pools of cool darkness. She could see her disheveled reflection in them. The young enchanter remained still, looking at her silently. Nephis hesitated for a few moments, then said with false calmness, "Don't move." In the next moment, a soft radiance ignited under the skin of her hands. She was assaulted by the familiar agony, but at the same time, she saw a hint of relief smooth his features. The swelling subsided and disappeared altogether, leaving his skin flawless and unblemished, just as it had been before. It was cool, silky, and soft to the touch.
There. All better.
Nephis smiled and felt the corner of his mouth rise into a subtle smile under her fingers.
Why am I still holding his face?
She lingered for a few moments, then lowered her hands with a bit of reluctance. To hide her embarrassment, Nephis left to wash off her sweat and change clothes. When she regained her composure and returned, her hair still glistening with moisture, Master Sunless gave her a peculiar glance and looked away. She would have thought that he was uncomfortable because of being hurt by her just now, if not for the fact that she could feel his desire burning hotly deep within his soul. The gentle enchanter was not uncomfortable. He was just trying to hide being moved by her appearance. His yearning was usually vague and subdued, as if something was obscuring it from her senses, but she knew that it was there. Being aware of something like that would make most people feel uneasy, or at least make them act as if they were uneasy. However, Nephis did not mind too much either way. As her ability to sense longing developed, she had come to know that humans were creatures led by their desires, and that this kind of yearning was both the most common and the one they hid most thoroughly. It had been a bit of a shock for her to learn how many men secretly felt it in her presence, but she quickly came to peace with it. It was simply human nature. What mattered was not how they felt, but how they chose to act. Some were slaves to their desires, while some were masters of themselves and lived their lives with clear minds. Master Sunless was never unpleasant in his actions and treated her with the utmost decorum. His mind was clear and his intentions were pure, so Nephis was not at all appalled by the hidden flames burning in his soul. In fact, for the first time, she was a bit pleased to know that someone felt that way about her. At least she wasn't the only one getting flustered all the time. Now that the sword demonstration was over, there was some time left before the next item on their schedule. The schedule had been prepared by Cassia, who was in charge of maintaining the facade of their fake relationship and keeping the sword commission a secret. But it wasn't very strict, so Nephis and Master Sunless had some freedom in what they chose to do. Today, for example, he had prepared a picnic. Nephis had a vague notion that picnics were usually held in nicer settings, but due to the difficulty of finding privacy in Bastion, they were forced to eat right here in the Martial Hall. She sighed wistfully.
Maybe I should invite him to the Ivory Island next time. It's peaceful there, and the lake is beautiful. But then,
she blushed slightly. Would that be considered inviting a man over? She lived on Ivory Island after all. What would he think? What would she want him to think? Sunny, meanwhile, spread a beautiful tablecloth on the bench and placed various snacks on it. There was also a jar of freshly squeezed fruit juice and some ice to keep it cool. Smiling, he gestured to the food.
Please, enjoy, Lady Nephis.
She was quite hungry after the strenuous sword practice, so his invitation was most welcome. Truth be told, Nephis had never paid much attention to food, but everything prepared by Master Sunless was simply too delicious. She enjoyed these meals quite a bit. Picking up a sandwich, she took a bite. The bread was fresh and crisp. The meat had a delightful texture, and the combination of lettuce and tomatoes was just right to make the sandwich juicy without becoming soggy. The homemade sauce added enough flavor to make the ingredients shine, but not so much as to overwhelm their natural taste. It was delectable. One could tell a lot about an awakened from their cooking. Nephis had tasted enough meals prepared by Master Sunless to guess a few things as well. She looked at the training arena. Would she have wanted to open a martial school like this one and dedicate her life to the pursuit of swordsmanship, sharing her insights with students and feeling joy every day? Would she maybe dedicate her life to music? Playing an instrument had never been among the lessons taught to her as a legacy, so Nephis had no such skill, but she had often fantasized about performing music as a child. Were dreams supposed to be like that? Nephis enjoyed a piece of savory meat pie, then asked with genuine curiosity,
What does it feel like to accomplish your dream?
Her own had always been so out of reach, so burdensome. It was all-consuming and overwhelming, much larger than her life, and yet she could not quite imagine living any other way. Master Sunless remained silent for a while, then smiled wistfully. Who knows? I certainly don't. By the time I found myself in a position to open a shop, too many things had happened. I changed, and my dreams changed as well. Still, I guess it depends on what you used to dream about. My old dream was rather nice, so the life I've built due to its influence is also on the nicer side. It's peaceful. Nephis raised her eyebrow.
What is your dream now, then?
He looked at her intently and hesitated for a few moments. Then, Sunny chuckled. I don't really have dreams anymore. I just have goals. Having a goal is much better than having a dream, don't you think? She pondered his words for a few moments and asked neutrally, What's the difference? Master Sunless looked away and sighed. I'd say that the difference is in how you approach it. A dream is something you want to happen. A goal is something that you make happen. The difference is having enough determination to grasp what you want and never let it go. He remained silent for a while, and then added with a hint of sadness in his pleasant voice, But to be honest, I've let go of a few things in my life. So if there is something I really want, it's to go back and try again. That is not a dream, though. Since it's in the past, it is just a regret. Sunny emptied his glass, then looked at her and smiled. Now that I think about it, I guess I do have a dream. His onyx eyes looked into hers, glistening in the sunlight. It's to live my life, never feeling regret again. Nephis smiled. It was a good dream. Leaving the martial hall, they went for a walk. Sunny offered Nephis his arm once again, and they strolled along the lively streets of Bastion, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. It wasn't every day that ordinary citizens could catch a glimpse of Changing Star, so many were stunned and excited. She smiled politely at them and nodded from time to time. Luckily, a saint was different from a celebrity. Although she was immensely popular, people treated her with a sense of solemn veneration. No one bothered them wanting to receive an autograph, and no one tried to exchange words with her. They just looked from afar and kept a respectful distance. Nephis herself, meanwhile, was quite curious about the details of the day-to-day life of the city. As they walked, she often asked Sunny to explain this or that, listening to his explanations with keen interest. Before last year, most people in Bastion sustained themselves on the food rations delivered from the waking world and the meat brought back by the abomination hunters. But then the fields outside the city were finally able to yield a harvest. Crops capable of thriving in the Dream Realm soil had been cultivated decades ago, but scaling the production took time. In any case, the city is almost self-sufficient now. These food stalls became popular after the supply of locally sourced flour stabilized as well. Would you like to try a fish cake? It's not really fish, of course, but it's still delicious. She smiled and shook her head.
No, thank you. I'm quite full.
Hearing that, Sunny felt satisfied. It seemed that she had enjoyed the picnic. Feeding people felt nice indeed, especially this particular person. Nephis looked at him with curiosity and then asked in a neutral tone,
Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?
Sunny raised an eyebrow. Of course. She lingered for a moment.
You've been observing my swordsmanship. What did you see?
He had somewhat expected her to ask that. The arrangement between Nephis and him was for the purpose of crafting a weapon for her, and to do that, Sunny had requested to study her swordsmanship and battle technique. However, his persona was that of a sorcerer, not a warrior. Nephis did not know how deep his understanding of combat went, and if he was even capable of learning anything about her transcendent battle prowess. In fact, if anything, she would think that his knowledge of swordsmanship was shallow. She did not know that, although Sunny's understanding of combat was not the deepest in the world, it was certainly the broadest. He doubted that anyone, including her and the three sovereigns, had absorbed as many battle styles as he had. So, Nephis was curious to learn how much he saw, and to what degree he was capable of appreciating her swordsmanship. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and said in a somber tone, "Your swordsmanship is ruthless." She seemed amused by his answer. "Ruthless?" She chuckled quietly, and then said in a pleased tone, "You shared your insight, but not your opinion. What do you think of my swordsmanship, Master Sunless? Care to give me a compliment?" He looked away and hesitated for a while. There were a lot of flowery words he could use to describe her technique. It was quite tantalizing after all, not to mention lethal and deeply ingenious. However, in the end, what he said was something else. "It's inhuman." The smile froze on Nephis's face, and her mirth was replaced by confusion. "Inhuman?" Sunny nodded somberly. "It's built upon pain, Lady Nephis. Humans naturally avoid suffering, so forgive me for being presumptuous, but I really wish that you avoided getting hurt as well." Nephis stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and shrugged with a faint smile. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little wistful. "It's just pain." He looked at her, his eyes full of darkness. Those words again. Sunny studied her beautiful face for a while. Her hand was resting on his forearm, and he could feel her presence illuminate the world like a warm sun. Why did such a radiant person have to live in constant agony? Why did she have to grow numb to pain? He opened his mouth, then closed it, and exhaled slowly. Then he smiled and said in a light tone, "Still, try not to get hurt too much, Lady Nephis. It might be hard to believe because of my outstanding and refined appearance, but I actually know a thing or two about pain. One time, I wasn't mindful enough and grabbed a hot pan. It hurts like hell. I've been very careful around pans since then." Nephis glanced at him, blinked a couple of times, and then laughed. By then, they had already reached their destination. It was a theater hosting a popular play. There was a private box reserved for Nephis and Sunny. They were guided there by a young stagehand who was visibly struggling to maintain decorum while bursting at the seams with excitement. It was not every day the changing star of the Immortal Flame clan visited a theater. In fact, Sunny was pretty sure that she had never participated in these kinds of social activities before. There would be a freshly embossed plaque nailed in the foyer of the theater by tomorrow, no doubt. Something like, "This humble establishment has enjoyed the patronage of the brightest of stars," or "We are proud to have hosted Her Royal Highness Saint Nephis of the Immortal Flame." Such a simple thing was enough to enhance the theater's prestige twofold. I wonder if this place is secretly sponsored by Cassia. The box was luxuriously furnished, dark, and elevated above the auditorium, high enough so that no one could see what was happening inside. Sunny felt frustrated at the fact that his heart was almost racing. Letting out a sigh, he glanced at the stage and took a seat. The curtain had not been raised yet, and the audience was filling in with excited whispers. He was distracted for a moment when Nephis sat down near him, their shoulders almost touching. "This private box is a bit cramped, isn't it?" Well, it couldn't be helped. He remained silent for a moment, then asked in a neutral tone, "By the way, what play are we watching?" Nephis looked at him with a hint of surprise. "You don't know?" Sunny shook his head. I'm afraid I don't. She seemed a little embarrassed for some reason. Nephis hesitated for a while, then coughed awkwardly.
Actually, I don't know either. Saint Cassia, arranged it. I assumed you would have been informed.
Sunny chuckled. Well, it'll be a surprise then. Who knows? We might enjoy it a great deal. Actually, he didn't really care about the contents of the play. He doubted he would be able to concentrate on the actors anyway when Nephis was so close to him. In the darkness. Soon, the lights dimmed and the curtains were slowly pulled. The audience held its breath. At the same time, Sunny's smile froze on his lips. In fact, he had stopped breathing entirely. His expression slowly crumbled, and he barely suppressed a tormented groan, because right at that moment, he saw the title of the play above the decorations. Written in a purposefully messy scrawl, several words were displayed on a dark background. The Devil of Antarctica. Oh no. On the stage, the decorations were divided into two distinct locations. On one, a military boat sailed on an icy sea. On the other, tall mountain peaks towered above a snowy cliff. Sunny tried to sink into his chair, raising a trembling hand to cover his face. He didn't even care if Nephis would notice his strange behavior. He just wanted to disappear and be somewhere, anywhere else, the next moment. I'm done for. There was an actress wearing a black armor, standing on the snowy cliff, gazing down at the audience with a somber look. The armor design was quite austere, but somehow managed to accentuate every curve of her quite distinguished body very well. Her blonde hair moved slightly in the artificial wind, and her bright blue eyes were full of harsh resolve. The military boat, meanwhile, seated 7 soldiers in the uniforms of the 1st Evacuation Army. Their leader was standing at the bow, peering ahead with a stoic expression on his chiseled face. He was close to 2 meters in height and possessed a formidable build, oozing rugged masculinity. The makeup made him look extremely pale, and he seemed to be wearing a black wig.
I am sorry. I don't know what Cassia was thinking. You participated in the Southern Campaign as well, after all. It must be unpleasant to see a censored version of the calamity you lived through on stage.
She looked at the curtain and shook her head.
I heard that the captain is based on a real person. I was in East Antarctica, though, so I wouldn't know. He must have been quite a character.
Sunny did not respond. He's quite a character indeed. They spent the intermission in awkward silence. Sunny was thinking of a way to convince Nephis to leave, but sadly, he couldn't think of any, especially due to her status. An ordinary person could slip away in the middle of a play, but if Changing Star did it, the theater would go bankrupt the next day. Such was the power of her glorious fame. Eventually, it was time for the second act to start. It was then that Nephis said calmly, never looking away from the stage, "We are being watched." Sunny raised an eyebrow. He usually kept his shadow sense restrained in Bastion, so he wouldn't know. Why would anyone be watching us? She sighed.
You don't have to worry. It's nothing serious. Someone is probably suspicious and wants to confirm the nature of our relationship.
He relaxed. Oh, she had just survived an assassination attempt recently, and the whole world was in turmoil as a result. There were no riots on the streets, but tensions were running high. If something happened to Nephis in the meantime, he was afraid that everything would explode. So, even though it was unpleasant to know that someone was spying on them, Sunny felt relieved. Not for long, though, because the second act had started. On the stage, Falcon Scott had fallen, and the devil was separated from the angel during the evacuation, carried away unconscious on the last ship. The latter was presumed to have perished in the siege. The second part of the story took place in East Antarctica, where the forces sent by the Legacy clans helped to stem the tide of nightmare creatures. The captain, grief-stricken and heartbroken, went from gazing soulfully into the distance every other minute to doing so about every 30 seconds. The frequency of his sardonic remarks decreased, but his general disposition had only grown more obnoxious. Sonny was in a foul mood and grinding his teeth. It was then, however, that Nephis raised a hand and wrapped her arm around him, firmly pulling him closer in the darkness. He froze. What is she doing? Please forgive me, Master Sunless. We must play our parts as well. She was terribly close. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Then a small smile slowly crept onto his face. Yes. I guess there's no helping it. He placed his head on her shoulder in an intimate display. Whoever was watching them should be able to confirm the nature of their relationship from that scene. What could he do? There was no choice but to cooperate earnestly. Held comfortably in Nephis's embrace, Sonny smiled with satisfaction. The second part of the play was much better than the first. It was actually not bad at all. The director really knew what they were doing. Strangely enough, Nephis was enjoying the play. The leading actress was good at her craft. The role she was portraying was taciturn and stoic, but revealed the stalwart determination to resist the tide of nightmare creatures at all cost. A true warrior. The guardian angel of Antarctica did not display a lot of emotions, which could have made some people consider her a flat character, but personally, Nephis thought that it was the opposite. The actress managed to show the subtlety of someone who was unaccustomed to expressing her emotions openly and felt that there was no place for such things on the battlefield. It was really quite commendable, even if the angel seemed a bit lonesome as a result. The protagonist was her complete opposite. He was very emotive and did not shy away from voicing his opinions, even if these opinions were usually not something people would want to hear. His dry wit and casual nonchalance were disarming, and his slightly comical persona was strangely endearing. His heart was in the right place too. And yet, Nephis found herself unable to fully immerse herself in his character. The actor portraying the devil was handling the role well, so there was nothing to complain about. It was just that, how could she put it? The man was a bit too brawny. She had never really considered the matter, but now Nephis suddenly realized that rugged men like that did not suit her taste very much. She was inclined to appreciate men like Master Sunless much better. Feeling the pleasant weight of his head on her shoulder, she smiled subtly in the darkness. How did I end up in this situation? The charming enchanter was leaning on her comfortably. Her arm was wrapped around him, as if they were really in that kind of relationship. It was true that there was someone in the theater observing them, but had there really been a need for a display of intimacy? She had done it mostly on impulse, but, well, Nephis didn't mind the result. It felt quite nice. Enjoying the novel feeling of closeness, she continued to watch the play. On the stage, the touching love story between the devil and the angel had already progressed and was now nearing a tragic culmination. After being reunited in East Antarctica and confessing their feelings, the heroes faced a deadly crisis. She tilted her head and accidentally rested her cheek on top of the charming enchanter's head. Feeling the silky texture of his raven-black hair, Nephis froze for a moment, perplexed, then made a hard decision to pretend that she had done it on purpose and that everything was going according to plan. Just like that, there was something to distract her from the utterly fictional depiction of the Battle of the Black Skull happening on the stage. There was no mention of the great clans having fought each other, of course. Instead, they were shown as self-sacrificing champions of humanity who had ventured into the wilderness to buy King Anvil and his cohort enough time to conquer the fourth nightmare. The angel had already revealed herself as a disgraced retainer of clan valor, and now the heroes were trying to stall the tide of the dreadful abominations in a desperate last stand. The play took some liberties with the original film's plot, it seemed, adapting it to the sensibilities of the people living in the sword domain. On the stage, the angel was supporting the devil, both of them battered and covered in fake blood.
Hold on! We must hold on, Captain! The King of Valor will be here soon!
The square jaw of the protagonist trembled, and he forced out his familiar devilish grin. I'm afraid that I will have to break my promise, Angel. I'm sorry, but really, you have no one to blame but yourself. You should not have fallen in love with a dishonest man like me. Still smiling fearlessly, he pushed the wounded angel back into the hands of his soldiers and commanded them to retreat. Left alone, the devil faced the encroaching shadow. Created by special effects, it represented the great abominations that had escaped the Category 4 gates. A sarcastic scoff escaped from his lips.
I really thought I'd make it. Well, never mind. This devil's time away from hell is coming to an end. What a sweet dream it has been. Thank you, my love.
Nephis could hear quiet sobs in the audience. She could also feel Master Sunless tremble slightly. Nephis wanted to pout, turning away from him. She remained silent for a few moments, and then said evenly, "I'm glad my suffering amuses you." Master Sunless gasped and stared at her with a hint of panic in his gem-like eyes. Nephis tried to maintain a calm facade, but the corner of her mouth curled upward against her will. She sighed and closed her eyes. Cute. On the stage, Changing Star saved the day. The devil was rescued and reunited with the angel, who had led the Valor reinforcements to his position. The King of Swords descended to Antarctica, eradicating the nightmare creature and leading the civilians to the sword domain. Due to the bravery and selflessness that the angel had shown during the Southern Campaign, her past misdeed was pardoned by Princess Nephis, and she was reinstated as a Knight of Valor. The devil was knighted by the Radiant Princess as well, and the two of them became trusted companions of the royal family. It was a happy ending. The curtain fell, and the lights came on. The actors returned to the stage to bow and were met by a thunderous applause. Of course, all of them could not help but throw furtive glances at the private box. Nephis sighed, then stood up with a pleasant smile and clapped a few times. At the sight of that, the eyes of the actors shined, and the audience exploded with even more energetic applause. Master Sunless watched her with an amused smile, then asked quietly, "I guess you liked the play, Lady Nephis." Nephis lingered for a bit. What was she supposed to say? That the play was all right, but she really enjoyed the experience of him, resting his head on her shoulder as she embraced him in the darkness? She cleared her throat. "It was a good performance. However, I'm not sure you'll understand, but it is a really uncomfortable thing to see someone playing you on the stage." Master Sunless stared at her silently for a few moments, then he looked down with an odd expression and said in a neutral tone, "Yeah, I guess something like that would be hard to understand." Nephis smiled faintly. At least Cassia had enough presence of mind not to send us to see the Song of Light and Darkness. How would her pretend paramour feel watching a play about a fictional relationship between her and another man? That would have been a disaster.
Sunny had been full of bitter resentment when the performance started, but by the end of it, he was in an excellent mood. Watching Nephis dance with her sword, treating her to a picnic, going for a leisurely stroll arm in arm, and enjoying a romantic play together. The day was shaping up great. Sadly, their time together would soon come to an end. All that was left on the schedule was dinner at an upscale restaurant. After that, Nephis would disappear for a few days or a week, busy with all her other responsibilities. So he had to make the most of this dinner appointment. I'll take the chance to size up the competition. However, Sunny knew that he was fooling himself. In truth, the Brilliant Emporium could not even be considered a competitor of the lofty restaurant. His cafe was a place where people could enjoy delicious but relatively simple food in a cozy atmosphere. The establishment where they were entering right now, though, was where the affluent citizens of Bastion came to waste money and show status in splendid surroundings. He felt inclined to treat such extravagance with disdain, but found himself unable to do that after being led to a private booth by an exceedingly respectful waiter. Comparing the immaculate attire and flawless manners of the young man to how Eiko usually behaved, Sunny was suddenly unsure of his judgment. Perhaps these rich folks were really onto something.
But then again, he was richer than all of them combined. Sunny never flaunted his wealth, but it would have been hard to remain poor after hunting great nightmare creatures for years. And since he didn't really have expenditures like the need to maintain a clan, he was probably the wealthiest man in Bastion, second only to the King of Swords himself. So, logically, it was the brilliant Emporium that set the standard of luxury. Everyone else could only hope to imitate his unique style. Still, Sunny's hands trembled when he sat down and saw a large empty plate in front of him.
A charger plate.
How fancy! And what was it made of? Was it the famed Aegis porcelain? That porcelain could only be made from the mystical clay found in a remote region of the Sword Domain. The precise recipe kept secret by the artisans employed by the Legacy clan presiding over those lands. The tablecloth was made from sublime silk. The utensils were pure silver. The table itself, damnation! He recognized that wood. That was Titan wood, the same as the instructor's cafeteria at the academy. At least his chair was, in all ways, inferior to the shadow chair. Otherwise, Sunny would have been quite disheartened. Nephis sat down across from him and smiled.
I doubt that they will serve us anything as delicious as what you make, Master Sunless. Still, please try to enjoy yourself.
Sunny looked at her with gratitude, suddenly feeling a lot better.
Right. Who cares about how fancy the plates, silverware, and furniture are? It's the food that matters.
Paying attention to form over substance was a silly thing to do, like valuing flowery prose over an engaging story. Sunny might have acted like a bit of an idiot at times, but at least he wasn't that misguided. He stared at Nephis silently, while the waiter was pouring fragrant wine into their glasses, enchanted by her exquisite beauty. The light of a magical chandelier was reflecting from her hair, and her fair face was illuminated softly. The privacy of the luxurious booth created an intimate atmosphere. It was then that a sudden thought entered his mind, as he felt as if someone had doused him with cold water. Sunny looked away and lowered his head a little. The war was approaching, which meant that he had to tell Nephis the truth soon. There would not be many days like this one in the future. In fact, there might be none at all. He felt a sense of deep melancholy. When the waiter left, Nephis took a sip of wine and leaned back. She remained silent for a few moments, then asked with a hint of concern in her voice,
I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable earlier, Master Sunless, because of the subject of the play and, well, my actions as well.
Sunny chuckled. No, I was never a government grunt. It's just that I had a friend in the chain of command and was invited to join the effort before the news broke. It's a bit shameful to admit, but I threw a big tantrum back then and accepted the invitation for quite an immature reason. Nephis looked at him intently, as if trying to picture him throwing a tantrum in her mind. Eventually, she shook her head and said,
I can't quite imagine you doing something like that. Really?
He smiled and took another sip of wine. Yes, it was mostly to spite someone, with a very childish reaction in hindsight. Well, there were other reasons, of course, some better than others. You know, finding conviction, pursuing strength. It all seemed very important before the Chain of Nightmares started, and very meaningless pretty much immediately after it did. At that moment, the waiter arrived to serve the first course. Sunny stared at the elaborate appetizers for a bit, but he did not really have an appetite anymore. Looking at Nephis, he said, I think it's a bit unfair of you to have a conversation about background, views, and aspirations with someone, Lady Nephis. It is bound to be one-sided. You are exceedingly famous after all. Everyone knows these things about you. The waiter left. She also ignored the food, taking a sip of wine in silence. Then she placed the glass down and smiled faintly.
You of all people should know that what people say about me and what is true are not the same, Master Sunless. After all, one of the things they say is that I am indulging you because we are lovers." He laughed quietly. "Indeed." Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a pleasant tone, "In that case, let me ask you something. What are your aspirations, Lady Nephis? What do you want?" She considered his words and answered with a careless shrug. "It's nothing unexpected, I guess. Keep my soldiers alive, safeguard the sword domain, watch cities like Bastion thrive." Sunny shook his glass a little, watching the light reflect from the red wine. He wasn't the only one hiding the truth. Lies. It was all lies. He wasn't telling the truth, and Nephis wasn't being honest either. Their date was truly a fake one. Since he was not saying anything, she went forward and asked, "What about you, Master Sunless? What do you want?" Sunny shifted his gaze and looked at her hand once again. There was a hint of a deep longing in his dark eyes. He did not speak until the pain of the flaw made it impossible to remain silent. To hell with it. Looking up at Nephis, Sunny lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. "I find myself wishing that our date wasn't a fake one. I want it to be real instead. Is that too forward?" Sunny went ahead and expressed his real feelings without thinking about the consequences, which could be quite heartbreaking, one way or the other. But really, he didn't have much to lose. Nephis did not react immediately. Her face remained composed and impassive. After a while, she said evenly, "It's not." Sunny sighed and leaned back. What was he doing? Cassia had been right. By keeping his true identity from Nephis, he was being truly unfair. What kind of relationship did he hope to build on the foundation of deceit? And that was what he was doing, deceiving her. But despite that, Cassia had also been wrong. She wanted to avoid a predicament that was merely the result of a larger and entirely unsolvable problem, because Sunny simply could not be honest with Nephis. It was impossible, because even if he told her the actual truth, she would forget it a few moments later. So, what if he admitted to being the Lord of Shadows? Compared to the other things he was keeping from her, that detail was all but insignificant. She could never know that he had loved her for a long, long time, and that she had loved him. That they had spent years thinking about each other, fighting side by side with each other, and surviving the horrors of the nightmare spell together. That they had met when they were young and inexperienced, each spending their tumultuous youth being shaped by the other. That the troubled adults they had grown into were the result of them having met all those years ago in front of the gates of the academy. That she was his person, and he was hers. These were the things Nephis would never know, and therefore, any relationship Sunny could build with her would inevitably be built on deceit. It would inevitably be unfair. The only honest thing he could do for Nephis was leave and have no contact with her whatsoever. But he was unwilling to. He had made a choice and lost her, but he selfishly wanted to be found by her. And so, the only thing he could do was lie. Sunny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and placed his hand on hers. Raising his head, he looked into her eyes and asked, his voice even, "Lady Nephis, will you go on a date with me?" She met his gaze silently. Her silence felt quite terrifying. But Sunny couldn't help but notice something. It was that she made no attempt to pull back her hand. There was hope. Eventually, the corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. "All right." Sunny blinked. He couldn't quite process that answer just yet. Failing to hide his surprise, he squeezed her hand lightly. Just like that." Nephis smiled and shrugged. "Why not? I am not that experienced in these matters, but we are both adults, We both know what we want. So, why not?
Why did she agree? Because she wanted to. She hesitated for a moment and then added,
Everyone has secrets. I have my share as well. Much more secrets than most people do, and more dire ones as well. So I also must admit something before you decide if you want to go any further, Master Sunless.
Sunny was still a little dazed. This conversation was not going how he had expected it to go at all. It was all too unexpected. He looked at Nephis, composed himself, and asked calmly, "What's that?" She inhaled deeply.
First of all, it might be premature to speak of this now, but I feel like I should let you know before anything more meaningful has a chance to happen. I am a very ambitious woman, Master Sunless. My heart is full of ambition, so much so that there's little space left for anything or anyone in it. We might spend a few days together and part ways, or we might end up deciding to enjoy each other's company for much longer. But you will never own my heart, Master Sunless, or even most of my heart. It's only fair to warn you in advance.
Sunny had long known about Nephis's insane goal, so he didn't react strongly to her words. Instead, he nodded simply. I figured as much. Nephis studied his face, hesitated for a few moments, and sighed.
That is good. I see. Well, then, the second thing. You might not know, but my aspect is closely tied to longing and passion. In fact, one of the reasons I was willing to indulge in this pretense relationship with you at the beginning was that I wanted to understand passion better. Later, I found myself sincerely enjoying your company. So, well, that is beside the point. What I wanted to say is that I am sensitive to yearning, desire, and passion. I can perceive what other people want and how much they want it.
She looked away with a hint of embarrassment on her beautiful face and added evenly,
It's one of the reasons why I am saying yes, because I can feel the nature and sincerity of your desire.
Sunny stared at her silently for a long time. His eyes were a little glassy. Then, he slowly picked up his wine. Lady Nephis, what kind of desire are we talking about exactly? She kept looking at the wall as if incredibly interested in the artwork.
All kinds. I can sense it all, especially if it's aimed at me.
The glass cracked slightly in Sunny's hand. His face remained absolutely impassive. So, earlier, when I was staring at her body, she knew exactly. Nephis turned his way and added with a hint of urgency in her voice,
But you don't have to be embarrassed. It's perfectly normal. You are a healthy man, after all.
Sunny let out a heavy sigh. Lady Nephis. She blinked a couple of times.
Yes?
His voice was a little somber when he responded. Please don't speak for a few moments. With that, Sunny brought the cracked glass to his lips and gulped all the remaining wine down in one go. Then, maintaining perfect composure, he reached for the wine bottle with a trembling hand. Nephis observed his actions helplessly. She sighed, then said in a placid tone,
In short, yes. I will go on a real date with you, Master Sunless. I'd be delighted.
It was already getting dark when Sunny and Nephis returned to the Brilliant Emporium. The rest of the dinner in the upscale restaurant had been uneventful. They had agreed to turn their pretend relationship into a real one, or at least try to. However, neither of them wanted for their first actual date to happen right there and then, in a place carefully prepared by someone else to create a false impression of how they felt about each other. Sunny wanted to be the one making plans, at least considering that he was the person who had invited Nephis on a date. So, they enjoyed the food and discussed the play,
both failing to hold back an occasional smile. Then Nephis walked him home. Neither talked much on the way, but the silence wasn't awkward. Instead, it was comfortable and pleasant, full of unspoken potential. Finally, they reached the quiet street where the Brilliant Emporium was located. The lake was just beyond the cottage. Sunny and Nephis stopped near the porch. The sun was rolling behind the horizon, washing the world in the fiery blaze of its last rays. All throughout Bastion, shadows crawled from the dark corners, shrouding the city in twilight. Sunny was standing in the shade cast by the walls of the cottage, while Nephis was in the light, her striking gray eyes reflecting the splendor of the street. She smiled faintly. "I will see you soon then. Thank you for today, Master Sunless." He bowed elegantly and answered with a smile of his own. "I'll be counting the days until our next meeting, Lady Nephis." She hesitated for a moment, then took a step back. The cascading sunlight shone radiantly behind her, forming into two beautiful white wings. Nephis was ready to return to her heavenly palace. Before that, however, she lingered, then suddenly took a step forward and stopped right in front of Sunny. Before he could understand what was happening, Nephis raised her hands, placed them on his shoulders, and pulled him into a tight hug. Sunny's eyes widened. He was so startled by her actions that his mind refused to process what was happening. He just knew that he felt a lot of things: the warmth of her touch, the firmness of her embrace, the softness of her body. A few moments later, Nephis let him go and drew back. Sunny looked at her dazed. "What was that for?" She met his gaze and smiled slightly. "Just something I've been wanting to do." With that, she bent down a little. Her soft lips touched his cheek lightly, which made Sunny's whole body shudder. The spot where she had kissed him seemed to be on fire. No, his entire being was. Damn it. She can sense exactly what kind of reaction she's having on me, can't she? That's unfair. Nephis looked him in the eyes for a moment, then chuckled. "And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days." She backed away, then turned and pushed herself off the ground. Soon her graceful figure disappeared into the radiance of the setting sun. Sunny belatedly raised a hand and covered his burning cheek. Sometime later, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. She's either very cruel or doesn't understand passion nearly as well as she thinks she does. A cold shower. That was what he needed now. Turning around, Sunny hid a wide smile behind his hand and walked toward the door. Cassia squeezed her shoulder one more time and laughed.
What? What are you blaming me for? I think it all went well.
Nephis closed her eyes. Why am I reacting so strongly? There's a damn war approaching. There are more important things to worry about. She had been glad to be distracted from her burdensome responsibilities in the morning. Who knew she would be a little bit too distracted by evening? I'm in trouble. Unbeknownst to Sunny and Nephis, there were more repercussions to their actions that day. Across the lake from the Brilliant Emporium, in the depths of the castle, the elders of Clan Valor were having a strategic meeting. They, too, were preparing for war. At some point, the door opened, and a short report was placed in front of a regal, middle-aged woman. She read it briefly and sighed. An old man with harsh eyes and a gray beard looked at her sternly.
What is it?
The woman pursed her lips.
There is another report on Changing Star and that mongrel person. It appears that the girl is truly taken with him.
The rest of the elders all showed a reaction, most of them displaying some sign of displeasure. The stern old man shook his head.
That won't do. She doesn't have to offer herself for a strategic marriage, but spending time frivolously with some nobody. A princess of valor can't be tied to a person with no background. This concerns the prestige of our great clan.
The woman raised an eyebrow.
What would you suggest we do? Reprimand her? Or remove the man from the picture? These are delicate matters. Will you take responsibility?
There was a long silence in the chamber, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, the silence was broken by a frustrated sigh. Everyone turned to look at a beautiful young woman with striking vermilion eyes, who sat at the head of the table. Morgan looked at the elders with a frown, then shook her head dejectedly and said, "Why are you creating a problem out of nothing? Do you have a lot of time to waste?" She glared at them for a few moments, then leaned back. "I agree. Nephis can't be seen dating a nobody, so what's the problem? Let's just knight that guy and be done with it. He won't be a nobody if we make him a knight of valor, will he? Hell, we can even put him in charge of some soldiers. There, problem solved." The elders simply stared at her incredulously. Morgan smiled. "I see there are no objections. Let's proceed with this plan then. Now, about the issue with Saint Thane. He'll be arriving soon." And that was how Sunny became an honorary knight commander of the great clan Valor, even if he did not know it yet. So tired. Rain was sprawled on her threadbare sleeping bag, staring at the slanted roof of her modest tent. Outside, the noises of the construction camp were churning like a sea, just as loud as they had been throughout the day despite the late hour. Out here, the work did not stop when the darkness fell, for a very particular reason. Rain had finished her long shift as a laborer, so her muscles were sore. Later, she crawled into her tent, ready to pass out from fatigue. But instead of resting, she spent several hours arduously circulating her essence in an attempt to form a soul core. That was something she did every night. And although there were no signs of awakening yet, the number of tiny grains she had created was growing steadily. Rain had only stopped after becoming completely exhausted. And now, she couldn't fall asleep because of the noise outside. "Aw, damnation. I really need to get out of this place." The construction of the Eastern Road was progressing at a startling pace. She had to stay hidden among the road crews for a while, but that did not mean that she had to remain in the main camp. There were other assignments available for those daring enough to take them. Scouting parties, advanced camps, subjugation troops, and so on. It was just that the number of slots for those jobs was limited, and young mundane girls were not exactly at the top of the list for tough tasks. Still, she wanted to leave the main construction camp as soon as possible. It was not only cramped and noisy, but also a bit creepy. That was because mundane laborers were not the only ones building the road. In fact, most of the work was being done by the dead. Rain had not heard about anything like that happening in other construction crews, but the Eastern Road was special. Clan Song wanted it built very fast for some reason, and so the Queen had sent her personal servants to assist the builders. The dead were dutiful workers. They never complained, never grew tired. They didn't need water or food. They just continued to build the road silently, without sleep or rest. Their frozen faces were calm and empty. Men and women, young and old. Plenty of nightmare creatures were among them as well, their monstrous eyes devoid of the usual frenzy. Every time Rain left her tent early in the morning and saw the silent corpses working diligently in the dim light of dawn, she couldn't help but feel like she was in a strange, cold hell. It was indeed very creepy. But people were very adaptable creatures. She observed the other laborers grow accustomed to the company of the dead with great speed. She could understand them well. After all,
The queen's servants were doing the hard work that the laborers would have had to do themselves otherwise. The dead were also quiet, solemn, and never hurt anyone. All in all, as far as colleagues went, they weren't bad at all. The unique culture of the Song domain played a part in the speed with which the laborers had adapted to their presence as well. Working side by side with the dead could have been terrifying if their origin was mysterious and sinister, but they had been sent by the queen, and the queen was revered and beloved by the citizens of her kingdom. So, anything that had come from the queen was seen in a positive light. Rain's thoughts were interrupted by her teacher, who was humming. Rain did not know what to say. She sighed.
Oh, stop humming and let me sleep. I need to get up early if I want to snatch an assignment at one of the advanced camps. I hear they'll be establishing a new one this week.
Her teacher scoffed. Fine, go to sleep then. Oh, and by the way, don't worry. I managed to get a message to your family in Ravenheart. They know that you're safe. Well, that you're alive at least. Rain's eyes widened in the darkness.
Really?
He sighed. Really? A smile appeared on her lips, and a palpable sense of relief spread in her chest. A heavy burden that she had been carrying was suddenly gone. Her poor parents must have been so worried.
Really?
Her teacher cursed quietly. Yes, listen, I am a very honest person. The most honest person in 2 worlds even. When have I ever lied to you? She laughed quietly and turned on her side, finally closing her eyes.
Yeah, sure. That statement is full of holes. Not only are you the most brazen liar I have ever met, it's even a question if you are a person.
Rain relaxed, feeling sleep finally starting to envelop her mind in a soft embrace.
But it's all right. Tonight, I'll forgive you. Thank you, teacher.
Relieved and warmed by the news he had shared, she peacefully fell asleep. Tomorrow, she was going to find a way to leave the main camp. In the morning, Rain crawled out of her tent, feeling rested and refreshed. The sun had barely shown itself, rising above the distant horizon in all its pale glory. The world was still shrouded in darkness, but at least one could see where they were going. One of the first things Rain had noticed after coming to Ravenheart was how much darker the nights were in the Dream Realm compared to NQSC. Out there in the waking world, humanity had long defeated and banished darkness from their homes, but here, it was still a tyrannical enemy.
How cold.
The main construction camp was already a hive of activity. The dead continued to toil silently in the distance, the sound of their tireless work reaching the small tent settlement like a persistent tide. By now, the road had extended far beyond the defensive palisade, so the whole camp would have to be moved soon. The road crews were nomadic in nature, following the roads they built. The night shift laborers were returning to their tents, while those assigned to the day shift, like her, were waking up. The awakened warriors guarding the camp were out on patrol. Food was being prepared, and oil lanterns were being put out. Everyone was getting ready for a new day of work. Rain yawned, rubbed her eyes, and walked slowly to the communal washroom. Mercifully enough, the female laborers had a separate space to maintain hygiene, and since most of the hired laborers consisted of men, it was not too overcrowded. Still, there were whispers behind her back. Rain's body, after all, was a sight to behold, meaning that it was a bit scary to see, since she had never gotten the chance to visit a healer after slaying the huntsman. The bruises had mostly faded by now, But during her first few days on the road crew, her skin was black and blue, as it was fair and white. The bandages she wore to cover the cut on her side weren't bloody anymore either. The female laborers were more relaxed around her, but still a little wary. Rain washed her face, brushed her teeth, and shivered miserably from the cold for a while. Then, wide awake, she returned to her tent and put her jacket on. The breakfast was just as tasteless as the supper had been, but at least it was prepared from actual ingredients, not synth paste. The volcanic soil around Ravenheart was extremely fertile, so the harvests from the fields were enough to not only feed the entire city, but also supply the other settlements of the Song domain with food. Rain ate in solitude, since no one was brave enough to approach her. The male laborers often threw furtive glances her way, but shyly kept their distance. She did not know what was so frightening about her, really. Maybe it was the sharp and feral aura of an abomination hunter, or the dark circles that were constantly under her eyes because of the lack of sleep. She didn't mind sitting alone in the canteen anyway. At least it gave her the chance to converse secretly with her teacher.
Listen, Rain, I know that killing people is generally frowned upon, but if you want to strangle the sorry excuse for a cook they have in charge of the camp kitchen, I won't judge.
Rain raised a tin cup, hiding her lips behind it, and answered quietly before resuming eating. There were fewer of them being used each year. That was why Rain felt glad to have joined the road construction camp. The road was being built right in front of her eyes, and she found herself deeply excited by the building process. The engineering, the logistics, the problem-solving, all of it was both fascinating and wonderful. The wide cobbled road appearing as a palpable, undeniable result of it all was a joy to behold. Building things spoke to something buried deep in her heart. It was sort of like the soul core that she was creating, one grain of sand at a time. That was why Rain spent all of her free time, which there wasn't a lot of, observing every part of the construction process, from the way laborers were managed to the way the dead lay layers of sand, gravel, and crushed rock in the dug trench before cobblers got to work. It was to the point that she was a little reluctant to leave the main construction camp behind, even if it resembled a wandering hell. However, there was more to building a road than simply constructing it. The other assignments were also part of the process, so she was curious about them too. Enjoying the solid feel of the paved stones under her boots, Rain crossed the pristine road and entered the northern part of the camp. It was much different from the chaotic settlement where the laborers lived. Here the tents were much larger and more luxurious, and there were even a few semi-permanent buildings with wooden walls. Everything seemed cleaner and more orderly. That was where Awakened and the managers lived and worked. The crew management office was actually a huge wagon with a 2-level wooden building constructed on it. When the camp migrated, it was pulled along the newly constructed section of the road by 2 enormous echoes. But now that the camp was stationary, the wagon was simply standing there. Rain took a deep breath.
Hopefully I can get a new assignment today.
She was quite hopeful. A familiar road manager was leaning on the side of the wagon, drinking a cup of coffee and watching the sunrise. Noticing Rain, he spared her a crooked smile.
It's you again, Ranny.
Rain almost stumbled.
Damn.
Ranny is what she was known as on the road crew. Since she was hiding here, using her own name would have been silly. The problem was that Rain had not thought about that right until the moment she was asked to introduce herself. So, put on the spot, she had failed to come up with anything and mumbled the first thing that entered her mind, which was why her teacher had mocked her relentlessly for a whole week.
No, really?
Ranny? The best you could do was shift 2 letters around? I just can't. God's everything I've been through, and I'll die of laughter.
Rain had endured the mockery for as long as she could, and then kindly reminded her teacher that he went around calling himself Shadow, so he wasn't in a position to critique her naming sense, was he? That, luckily, had shut him up. In any case, by now she was more or less accustomed to responding to Ranny, which was not to say that she wasn't embarrassed every time she heard it.
Good morning, Chief.
The man stared at her for a few moments, then sighed.
Listen, Ranny, I get it, the pay in the advanced camps is higher, but what's the use of having money if you are dead? It's quite dangerous out there, you know. A young girl like you should just stay here in the main camp. Actually, even the main camp is not a good place. If my daughter wanted to come here from Ravenheart, I would have her locked up.
He took a sip of his coffee and shook his head.
Why don't you change your mind?
Rain gave him her best smile.
Still, Chief, I hear they are establishing a new camp soon. Please reassign me.
He grimaced.
I'm sorry. Actually, all the spots are already filled. It's a tough job, especially now that we are so far away from Ravenheart. We have strict orders to prioritize the strongest and most resilient recruits for these postings.
Seeing that her expression fell, the manager hesitated for a few moments and let out a heavy sigh.
Okay, I'll help you out. Just don't pout.
Rain blinked a couple of times.
I'm not pouting.
Rain thanked the road manager and turned to leave. As she was walking away, he called out to her.
May the Queen's grace protect you.
She halted for a moment.
Yeah, thanks. You too.
It felt weird to see how readily the settlers accepted Queen Song as not only their ruler, but also a surrogate goddess of sorts. Sure, the sovereigns possessed unimaginable power. Saints were already called demigods at times, and the Supremes were far above them in all regards. But still, Qi was just a human, just like the rest of them. So was the King of Swords. Watching people treat them with religious zeal made Rain a little uncomfortable. She wasn't really sure why, since most of them were still good people. It was just that there was an inevitable element of surrendering your own judgment when one acted with blind faith. And if you followed someone blindly, who was to say that they would not lead you into a dark place? On the other hand, perhaps it was only logical that the people of the Song domain treated their queen as a deity. Most of them were only alive because of her grace, after all, and would be swallowed by the nightmare spell without her. From the point of view of a mundane person, her vast power would indeed seem godlike. Gathering her pack, Rain asked thoughtfully,
Teacher, can a person become a god?
Her shadow moved slightly.
That's an unexpected question.
He lingered for a few moments, then said neutrally,
Sure, it's possible.
Rain continued to gather her things, thinking that his answer was over. But then her teacher added suddenly,
Not only is it possible, it is also necessary.
Rain stopped what she was doing and looked at her shadow in surprise.
What's that supposed to mean?
He remained silent for a while, then laughed.
It means just that. Why do you feel insecure? All right. I won't insist that you become a goddess just yet. But honestly, for a student of mine to aim any lower is a bit shameful.
She stared at the shadow for a while, then scoffed and turned back to her pack.
Why did I even ask?
Rain was pretty sure that becoming a deity was not in the cards for her. However, with such a teacher, she definitely had a chance of developing divine patience. Rain was used to spending time in the wilderness, so it did not take her a long time to pack her things and take down the tent. Her bow was unstrung and attached to the pack, and so were her quiver and sword. Usually she would have kept the weapons on the ready, but since there would be a cohort of Awakened leading the survey team, it was better to keep a low profile. There weren't a lot of mundane people who habitually hunted nightmare creatures, and since Rain was supposed to be hiding, she didn't want to attract undue attention. Saying goodbye to the few acquaintances she had made in the main camp, she hurried to the tent the road manager had mentioned. Rain felt both relieved and a little wistful, knowing that she might never see this place again. As she was nearing the large tent, there was the sound of several voices. Her teacher suddenly mumbled something from the shadows.
No, it can't be, can it? Curses. It is. Damn. I knew this would happen.
He sounded alarmed. She slowed down and stared at her shadow in confusion.
Teacher, is something the matter?
He remained silent for a few moments, then said in a grave tone,
Rain, I need you to listen to me very carefully.
She tensed, overcome by sudden fear. Her teacher, meanwhile, continued somberly.
There is a guy named Ray in that tent. Keep away from him at all costs. Don't talk to him, don't listen to him. Better yet, don't even look at him. Treat him like he has the plague. Do you understand? Nod if you understand.
Rain stared at her shadow in bewilderment.
Well, why? Is he some kind of terrible fiend? Is he very dangerous?
Her shadow stirred.
Yes, very, very dangerous. And he is something way worse than a terrible fiend.
His voice shook with some dark, chilling emotion.
He's a male teenager, so keep your distance, all right? Nod if you understand.
Rain blinked a couple of times.
Huh?
Her teacher hissed.
What are you spacing out for? I said to nod if you understand. Why aren't you nodding?
She took a deep breath, holding back many unflattering words.
What on earth? Teacher, you scared the hell out of me.
He scoffed derisively.
You should be scared. A guy like that is a deadly threat for sheltered young ladies.
Rain remained silent for a while, then looked down at herself. Rugged leather clothes, a body covered by bruises, dirty bandages hiding a barely healed cut on her side, calloused hands. Where were these sheltered young ladies her teacher was talking about? It was far more likely that she would barely exchange a few words with the proud legacy in the next few weeks. Awakened Tamar, meanwhile, briefly addressed each of the mundane laborers to learn their names and evaluate their character. She reached Rain last and stopped in front of her.
Name?
Rain answered respectfully without looking the legacy in the eyes.
Rani.
At that, Tamar was supposed to move on. However, she lingered for a moment and looked at Rain's pack. Then she asked unexpectedly,
How good are you with that bow?
Rain finally looked directly at the leader of the survey team and smiled faintly.
I'm decent.
The legacy frowned.
What about that sword?
For a moment, Rain had a ridiculous thought of saying something outrageous, like that she was probably a better swordsman than the three of the young awakened combined. For some unknown reason, she wanted to brag when stared down by the beautiful legacy girl. Instead, she said simply,
I can handle it fine.
Finally, Tamar studied her clothes.
Do you have experience trekking in the wilderness?
Rain nodded.
Some.
The awakened girl sighed, then finally looked away.
Good. I was wondering why they sent someone that young, but it seems that you are not completely helpless, Rani. Don't slow us down.
Rain suddenly wanted to laugh.
How could that baby-faced awakened call someone too young with a straight face? Legacy training was something else indeed. Of course, she didn't laugh. Instead, she bowed slightly.
Yes, Lady Tamar. I'll do my best.
2 hours later, they departed the main camp and set out into the wilderness. The Eastern Road had been built incredibly fast. By now, it reached far from Ravenheart, entering a new region of the Dream Realm. The mountains were out of sight, and there was no ash falling from the sky. There was no human presence either. The barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, with rolling hills and deep canyons breaking the landscape here and there. Sometimes, without any warning, the deep canyons would suddenly let out a low, weeping roar. Then, they would overflow with rushing water and turn into countless rivers. Those rivers eventually merged far to the south, forming the Great Waterfall. Since the cliffs of the waterfall resembled a beautiful face from a certain angle, especially under moonlight, it was also often called the Weeping Goddess. That was where the citadel of Clan Sorrow stood. Clan Sorrow was an old one, and held a special position in the Song Domain. That was because the lake below the waterfall, known as the Lake of Tears, gave birth to a great river, which was similarly called the River of Tears. That river flowed through several regions of the Dream Realm, serving as a waterway for the Song Domain, while its estuary was on the dusky shores of the Storm Sea. Its significance had always been great, but now that isolated citadels were turning into thriving cities, the importance of the River of Tears as the connective tissue of the Song Domain was impossible to underestimate. The citadel of Clan Sorrow was perched on the cliffs of the Great Waterfall, while the city it now governed was below it, on the shores of the Lake of Tears. It was now an important logistical hub. Well, at least that was what Rain had heard. She had never been there herself, of course. In any case, the Great Waterfall and the homestead of young Lady Tamar were far to the south. What concerned Rain now were the deep canyons they had to cross. The area they were traversing was an inhospitable place. The soil was rocky and the sun was small and distant. There was little snow, but the air was frigid and cold. There were ancient ruins here and there, rising from the ground like forlorn obelisks to the meaninglessness of life. All in all, it was a bleak land. It transformed at night, though, because there were 3 beautiful moons illuminating the starlit sky. That was the first time Rain had seen such an alien sight, so she was both awed and impressed. There was little time to enjoy the view, though, because the Moon River Plain was quite dangerous, and when the 3 faced something out of their league, the Ascended Echo was there to level the playing field. The Echo looked like a giant, monstrous wolf, and was a gift Tamar had received from her clan. Rain wasn't sure about the class of the creature, but it seemed ferocious enough to deal with most threats they had faced so far. So Rain could just relax and enjoy her role as the helpless mundane girl. Of course, she continued to work on her soul core at night. By now, controlling her essence had become quite familiar to her. She was also constantly practicing to make her control more fine and precise. Turning the flow of essence into a raging whirlpool was still hard and exhausting, both physically and mentally. But she wasn't as drained after each meditation as she had been before. She could also feel her body slowly growing stronger, as if benefiting from the constant flow of essence. It was a tiny difference, but a rewarding one, since it indicated that she was making progress. If there was one thing Rain felt worried about, it was her teacher. Although he didn't really show it, she could tell that he was tense for some reason. He hid deeply in her shadow and didn't talk much, especially when the dead pilgrim was close by. But more than that, when he did speak, he tried to hurry her more insistently than ever before. It was as though her awakening was suddenly an urgent matter.
I'm already trying as hard as I can.
Feeling sullen, Rain pushed one of the carts across the barren wasteland. The day was coming to an end, so they would stop soon. And just as she thought about it, awakened Fleur commanded the survey team to stop. She looked ahead, where another canyon barred their way, and sighed.
We will camp here tonight.
There were food rations in one of the carts, but Lady Tamar had also slain an awakened monster in the morning. There had been enough time for Rain to harvest a slab of meat before the survey team continued on its journey, so now she was ready to cook a delicious supper. Although the team wasn't big, there was a clear separation between people. The awakened mostly kept to themselves, the survey specialists did the same, and the porters generally stuck together. Right now, they were gathered around a fire, watching Rain roast meat with gleaming eyes.
Wait, everyone. It will be done soon. We're having a feast tonight.
She grinned and turned the juicy strips of meat, making the melted fat sizzle. A delicious aroma permeated the air. One of the laborers laughed.
Ranny, kid, if I was 30 years younger, I would have married you right here and now, no questions asked.
One of the tough women from the road crew gave him a disdainful look.
Old goat, what makes you think that you would have been worthy of marrying our Ranny? Dream on.
She put her hand around Rain's shoulder protectively.
On that note, though, I know for a fact that you have a bottle of arak hidden in your pack. Come on, bring it out.
The mood was light and warm. Rain was the youngest of the laborers, so they treated her with a bit of affection. The women especially tried to take care of her like concerned aunts. So feeding them today was her way of returning the favor. While the man went to take out the bottle of moonshine from his pack, the woman let go of Rain and looked at the sizzling meat hungrily. Then she said in a tone of confusion,
I must say, though, that's a peculiar pan you have there, Ranny.
Rain grinned.
Yeah? You think so, Auntie?
Well, it was true. After all, she was using the blade of the huntsman's axe as a makeshift pan. The thing was too heavy to use in battle and too precious to discard. However, it was just large enough to place over a fire. The green metal was slow to heat up, but cooked meat beautifully, so she used it often to prepare her meals. When the laughter died down, the woman who had hugged her before looked at the newcomer, Pill, and asked with curiosity,
What's the latest news in Ravenheart, by the way?
There were no communicators in the Dream Realm, so the common folk had no way of receiving information quickly. There was little entertainment as well, and everyone suffered from boredom. Having arrived from the capital of the Song Domain recently, Pill was understandably the center of attention. However, he did not seem very excited despite the situation. Sighing heavily, the bearded man shook his head.
Those things aren't very good right now. I don't even know what to say. It's like everyone has gone crazy.
The laborers looked at him in confusion.
What? Why? What happened?
Rain listened with interest as well. Pill hesitated for a few moments.
You must have heard that some psycho tried to kill Lady Changing Star, right? That was already terrible enough, but now, you won't believe it. Those scumbags from the Sword Domain are trying to insinuate that it was the Queen who ordered it.
There was suddenly silence. The laborers stared at the bearded man, their expressions a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and outrage.
No way. What are they, lunatics? Why would Her Majesty want to kill Lady Changing Star?
What the hell is going on in the Sword Domain?
You can't be serious, right?
Pill let out another sigh.
Yeah, I get it. It's ridiculous. Actually, everyone in Ravenheart is angry about that.
He paused for a few moments, then pursed his lips.
But it's true. They actually had the gall to demand that Saint Silent Stalker and Master Dar of the Maharana clan were handed to them for interrogation.
Even Rain was stunned to hear that. It was news to her that someone had tried to kill Lady Nephis. Was there really such an idiot in the world? That woman had survived the Forgotten Shore, conquered the Second Nightmare as a sleeper, transcended during the Chain of Nightmares, fought against great abominations side by side with the King of Swords, and triumphed in countless terrible battles as a saint. There were literally only 2 people in 2 worlds who were harder to kill than her. But the fact that Clan Valor was trying to openly accuse Clan Song of the assassination attempt was even crazier. Not only that, but they were asking the Queen to surrender one of her daughters and a master from a vassal clan. There was no way that she would agree. What were the rulers of the Sword Domain thinking? The whole situation seemed incongruous. Rain had a feeling that she was dreaming, since reality simply couldn't be like that. It was just too irrational. Then a spark of anger ignited in her heart.
Just which bastard tried to harm Lady Nephis? And who do these Valor people think they are, accusing the Song Domain of something that terrible?
However, that spark of anger was quickly extinguished. She knew how rumors and propaganda worked, so she wouldn't allow her feelings to be manipulated that easily without knowing all the facts. There was an unpleasant residue left in its wake, though. Rain was quite fond of Ravenheart and the people she knew there, even though she was a little distant from most because of her government family and the secret she was keeping. They were still her friends and neighbors. She felt like a part of a wonderful community. It didn't feel nice to see that community being falsely accused of something appalling and dirty. The rest of the laborers were even less composed. Their gazes grew darker.
Those Valor bastards have lost their minds. How dare they try to take Lady Silent Stalker?
They've been trying to suppress our Song Domain from the very start. Do they think that we'll just roll over?
Gods, I never took those rumors seriously, but what if they had really been taken over by the Skinwalker?
Maybe Changing Star staged the whole thing herself.
No way! Lady Nephis would never participate in such a vile scheme.
But what if Skinwalker took her too?
Silence!
That last shout did not come from the laborers. Turning slightly, Rain saw a young Lady Tamar standing a few meters away, looking at them with a grim expression. Her eyes were so dark that it was a little scary. The healer, Fleur, was standing behind her, trying to pull her away.
Tamar, calm down. They didn't mean it.
But the legacy simply ignored her attempts to discharge the situation and took a step forward. Coming closer to the fire, Tamar studied them with a heavy look. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the empty bottle of alcohol, and then she shook her head.
Do you think that you can just run your mouths freely?
Her tone was harsh.
You are people of the Song Domain. Everything you say reflects on the dignity of the Queen. Is it fun to slander people who selflessly fought for the safety and prosperity of humanity? Who gave you the right to throw baseless accusations?
Pill, who had caused the entire outburst, coughed awkwardly.
We are sorry, my lady. But the Sword Domain, they really went too far. It's not just us who feel that way. Everyone in Ravenheart is, well, people are offended.
Tamar stared at him silently for a moment, then scowled. Her teacher spoke in a light tone, his voice barely audible in the small tent.
That's right. You've been admiring the road construction, haven't you? Going on and on about roads, infrastructure, civilization, and so on. I agree, actually. It's kind of neat. The funny thing is, the technology Clan Song is using to build roads is based on how people in the waking world used to do it a long time ago, before the dark times.
Rain raised an eyebrow.
Really? I didn't know.
Well, it made sense. A lot of modern technology did not work in the Dream Realm, so the actual ways things were built here was a strange mixture of adapted modern engineering, awakened powers, and dated methods from the ancient times. It was a bit like reverse spell tech. Her teacher sighed.
Yeah, there was an empire once that excelled in building roads. But, Rain, the main reason they built such excellent roads was not for trade, transportation of goods, or development of civilization.
His voice grew a little wistful.
They built them to speed up the deployment of troops,
because soldiers could march faster on paved roads than they could on dirt roads or across wilderness. The main engine of progress, technology, and craft has always been war.
Rain lay in the darkness, suddenly feeling cold.
Are you trying to say that there will be a war between song and valor?
Her teacher lingered with an answer. However, in the end, she heard exactly what she was afraid to hear.
The war between song and valor has already begun, back in Antarctica during the Chain of Nightmares. It's just that now it is going to start in earnest. That is why Key Song is in such a hurry to finish the Eastern Road.
He chuckled.
Why, it's quite fitting if you think about it. We come from the realm of war, after all. So, now that we are leaving that realm behind, the first thing we do in a new world is wage a war, to see who is fit to sit on its throne.
Rain did not answer, stunned by what he had said. The revelation was too vast and too dire to comprehend. A storm of fragmented thoughts raged in her mind, but none came to its surface. Then, the darkness spoke in a soft voice.
What are you doing? Come on, start circulating your essence. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll be able to get some rest. And you really need to rest.
Rain flinched, then turned on her back and stared at the roof of the tent.
Is that why you've been hurrying me? So that I awaken before the war starts?
Her teacher answered quietly.
Yes. You have to awaken soon. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to protect you.
He remained silent for a few moments, and then added smugly,
But if you don't, that's not a problem either. Your teacher is awesome enough to protect you anyway. Hard is hard, not impossible.
Rain knew that he had a habit of inventing outrageous lies, so taking his claim seriously was probably unwise. And yet, for some reason, his boastful words calmed her, dousing the anxious flames that burned in her heart. Letting out a sigh, she closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling Essence.